17 seconds and counting. Guidance internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. Engines on. 5, 4, 3, 2. All engines running. Launch commit. Liftoff. We have liftoff. 49 minutes past the hour.
Clock has started.
Stafford reports the clock has started. The tower is clear.
We're going. And roll program right on time.
Roger. Tom Stafford acknowledges the roll and pitch program to put Apollo 10 on the proper course.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control with T-minus 3 hours, 44 minutes and counting. We're some 14 minutes away from our final planned built-in hold. There will be a built-in hold of 1 hour's duration, and we'll come at the 3-hour, 30-minute mark in the count. Our countdown is still proceeding at this time. We're in the midst of the liquid hydrogen fuel loading of the second stage of the Saturn vehicle. This will be followed by the final phase of the fuel loading, bringing the hydrogen aboard the third stage. We've been a little bit behind in our propellant loading through most of the count, mainly because we did get a late start because of some minor ground support problems at the pad. As a result, the hydrogen loading will continue into the built-in hold period. The Apollo 10 prime crew, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, are up at their crew quarters at the Manned Spacecraft Operations Building, some 5 miles from the Launch Control Center here at Complex 39. At this time, they should be finishing up their medical exams down the hall from the crew quarters, and we'll stand by for further reports on their status. We're now at T-minus 3 hours, 42 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, presents Aeronautics and Space Report.
For 10 days, Apollo 9 crewmen McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikart methodically photographed the meeting and joining of their 2 spacecraft and trips outside. Fired the various engines, and generally rehearsed a lunar landing and return. The near-perfect mission of Spider and Gumdrop paved the way for the next manned flight, Apollo 10.
Simply stated, the purpose of the Apollo 10 flight is a final test of the men and machines required to do the lunar landing mission. The flight will be 8 days in duration. Liftoff will be from Cape Kennedy on the Saturn V moon rocket. The flight will take 3 days to get there. After arriving at the moon, the work in lunar orbit will be characterized by a rendezvous with the lunar module. The 2 astronauts will enter the lunar module and put it through a series of paces, including a descent to 8 miles above the surface of the moon, much as we have to do on the lunar landing mission. After rendezvous and docking back with the command ship, the pilots will separate the lunar module and perform tracking and mapping exercises for the rest of the 2.5 days in lunar orbit. After that time, trans-Earth injection back to the Earth, a coast of about 2.5 days back to the Earth, followed by splashdown in the Pacific Ocean southwest of Hawaii.
Astronaut Thomas Stafford will be command pilot on Apollo 10. Here he's shown following the flight of Gemini 9, one of 2 previous space missions in which he took part. Stafford, 38, comes from Weatherford, Oklahoma, and has been in the astronaut program since 1962. With him on Gemini 9 was 35-year-old Eugene Cernan. It was on that flight that Cernan spent more than 2 hours outside the spacecraft. He now teams up with Stafford again for Apollo 10 as lunar module pilot. The two of them will fly within 8 nautical miles of the moon's surface. The third member of the crew, and serving as pilot of the command module, is 38-year-old John Young. This will be Young's third space flight. He flew twice before during Gemini. The three of them first worked together as a team when they served as backup crew for Apollo 7. While the astronauts have been training, their spacecraft and rocket have been readied for flight. From Long Island, New York to California, Alabama to Pennsylvania, parts and pieces come together for final assembly at the Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The end product? Nearly 9 million pieces and components stacked 363 feet high. Apollo 10, final flight before this country's first lunar landing.
This has been an Aeronautics and Space Report presented by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Apollo 10, like all of the other previous flights on the Saturn V, that is Apollo 8 and Apollo 9, will lift off from Cape Kennedy. Flying on the Saturn V, it will go through its normal procedures of burning the first stage, where shortly thereafter the escape tower will be jettisoned. It will be on the S2, or the second stage of the launch vehicle, for about 6 or 7 minutes, at which time those engines will cut off, and we will then be riding this much of the vehicle, staging off, and the Saturn S4B stage, or the third stage of the Saturn, will then carry us into orbit around the Earth. There will then be enough fuel remaining such that after about 1.5 revolutions around the Earth, this engine will be relit and inject us onto a trajectory which puts us on a collision course with the Moon, or rendezvous with the Moon. Shortly after the burnout of this engine, the separation of the adapter which holds the lunar module inside it will be blown off, and the command and service module will then be free. It will fly, turn around, and come back and dock with the lunar module, and then by a series of mechanical devices will eject the lunar module and the command and service module, and we will then use up all of the necessary parts of the S4B, so that we end up going towards the Moon with this much of the vehicle.
Okay, we're about ready to get started. First, a couple of announcements. One, we request that the camera crews pack up and depart the main auditorium as soon as possible after this briefing. The Voice of America and the European Pool will utilize the facility for their private interview. Second, we will adhere to our standing ground rule that only those that do not have individual interviews will be granted the privilege of asking questions at this session. At this point, let me introduce the crew. I think you all know them. From my left, Tom Stafford, John Young, Gene Cernan. You want to take over at this point, Tom?
Well, to bring all the media up to date on what has transpired, we think that everything is pretty well squared away for the flight. It is certainly a challenging flight and the most difficult one today in terms of everything going together in it. There's been a tremendous workload on all three of us, but I think we're well ahead of the game and ready to go. The liftoff should occur a little after 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the 18th, and we'll have our translunar injection occur approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes later. At this time, I'm flying the left seat, John's in the center, Gene's in the right. After translunar injection, I swapped seats with John, who does the transposition and docking phase. And we worked it out so that the command module pilot always does the transposition and docking. And this is also the first time, I think, that you'll ever see recorded in, say, live color the transposition and docking of 2 space vehicles. We're planning this if everything works right. So I'd like to have John go into this part of it.
Well, transposition and docking, which was done on Mission D, involves separating the spacecraft from the Saturn, pitching around 180 degrees, rolling 60 degrees, and going in and docking. And then we go into the tunnel of the 2 vehicles. The lunar module has launched with a pressure relief valve open, so it's depressurized. We repressurize the lunar module, go into the tunnel, remove the hatch, verify the docking latches, hook some power up to it so we can remove it from the Saturn and separate. And from then on, we're on our way. Right after we separate, we have an evasive maneuver plan to get away from the Saturn, which is then slingshot around the moon. A little while later, we have a mid-course, pretty large mid-course, about 50, 60 feet a second, nominally, to get us on a plane change at the moon, which will be an identical orbit to what the G mission plans to fly. And after that, we go into what we call the passive thermal control mode operation, which is set up so that the spacecraft is essentially inertially stabilized toward the northern stars. It's looking at the northern stars. The revolution is 1 revolution per hour, so that out the side hatch windows, the hatch window and the 2 side windows, every rev you get to see the Earth and the moon. I think that's going to be very fascinating.
Why don't we have Gene tell us a little bit about the trans-lunar coast and what we expect to do in it at this time.
Well, the translunar coast is sort of like 2.5 days of sheer ecstasy, waiting for that 24 hours of stark terror that we're going to be confronted with. But it really, probably the translunar coast coming and going is probably the most least active part of the whole mission. It consists primarily of mid-course maneuvers. We really begin to get active preparing for LOI, or lunar orbit insertion, at which time we then, right after LOI, we then really go into the lunar module before our first sleep period around the moon, and see really what shape the LEM came through the boost phase with, and what shape it came through the 3 days of coast. And of course, this is very critical, because critical in that the LEM has never really been in a lunar environment. We've never really made it passive and just taken along for a ride for any great length of time. On Apollo 9, of course, it survived the boost phase in very fine shape. We expect it will survive the 3 days of lunar coast in equally good shape, but you just want to go in there that first time and make sure that that everything is pretty well status quo, a very minor systems checkout, and primarily what we call some housekeeping chores, setting up cameras and setting up our floodlights. And this is our translunar coast into our LOI period prior to our big rendezvous and descent day.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're in our built-in hold, our final built-in hold on the Apollo 10 countdown. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes in holding. This hold was declared about 3 minutes ago. We had it logged at 8:19 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The liquid hydrogen loading of the second stage, bringing the fuel aboard the second stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle, continuing at this time. We now have some 70% of the liquid hydrogen aboard, and we're pouring the hydrogen in at a rate of some 10,000 gallons per minute. After we complete this, we will be ready to proceed with the third stage fuel loading, bringing liquid hydrogen aboard there also. Report from the crew quarters, some 5 miles down the road from Launch Complex 39. The astronauts, of course, are up. They have completed their physical examination. They were declared physically fit after an examination by Doctors John Teagan and Alan Harter. Dr. Teagan spells his last name T-E-E-G-E-G-A-N. Dr. Alan Harter, H-A-R-T for Tom, E-R. Astronauts are now sitting down for breakfast, the traditional menu of orange juice, steak and eggs, toast, jelly, and coffee. They have some 5 or 6 guests for breakfast this morning. We understand that Mr. George Lowe, the Apollo program manager at the Manned Spacecraft Center, is there. Also, his 2 prime deputies, the deputy for Command Service Module Operations, Mr. Ken Kleinknecht, and the deputy for Lunar Module Operations, General Rip Bolander. Also present, Mr. George Skirler, who is the local base manager for Grumman Aircraft, makers of the Lunar Module, and Mr. Buzz Hello, who is the base manager for North American Rockwell here at the Kennedy Space Center. North American, of course, contractors for the Command and Service Module of the spacecraft, as well as the second stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle. We also understand that Father Eugene Cargill, a friend of Gene Cernan's, who met Gene earlier this morning at the crew quarters. Father Cargill is from a church in Dickinson, Texas. Father Cargill also attending the breakfast, according to the reports we have here at this time. That's our present status. We're in the hold at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes. The duration of the hold, 60 minutes. We'll be looking forward to resuming our countdown at 9:19 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're in our built-in hold at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. We'll be resuming our countdown at 19 minutes past the hour, 9:19 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The prime crew for the Apollo 10 mission, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, still in their crew quarters, some 5 miles from Complex 39, enjoying breakfast at this time, the traditional menu of steak and eggs. We're just completing the liquid hydrogen loading of the second stage. We're up to 99%, according to the report just received here in the control center. And shortly we'll be proceeding into the final phase of the propellant loading, that is bringing the hydrogen aboard the third stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle. Primary portion of the final phase of the countdown is devoted to the propellant loading. Takes some 5.5 hours usually, and it's been in progress since we resumed our countdown shortly before 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. Propellant loading still in progress at this time. We did fall behind a little bit at the start because of some minor ground support problems at the complex. We are still proceeding at this time and are loading during the built-in hold. We'll be loading more than 750,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen this morning. We'll have a total load of propellants, including the fuel in the first stage, close to 1 million gallons. We have had one anomaly in our countdown. This has been a drop-in pressure in a flex line within the instrument unit. This flex line carries nitrogen gas, which helps to condition a certain section of the instrument unit. However, this particular line is used only during ground operations and is not required for launch. We're continuing to monitor the status of the instrument unit, particularly as far as the temperatures are concerned. They are acceptable, and The difficulty with this flex line appears not to be a constraint at this time. We are continuing our hold, all still going well with the propellant loading. This is launch control at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. This is Apollo Saturn launch control. We're still in our built-in hold. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. We'll be resuming our countdown 19 minutes past the hour. All still looking good with the Apollo 10 count at this time as we go into the final phase of the propellant loading. We now have about a 10% supply of the liquid hydrogen fuel aboard the third stage. This is the final phase of the loading. We'll be bringing some 73,400 gallons of liquid hydrogen fuel aboard the S4B stage. It should take about 30 minutes or so to accomplish this task, probably a little less time than that. We're now loading at about 3,000 gallons per minute. The prime crew for Apollo 10, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, finishing up their breakfast at the crew quarters. The traditional menu of steak and eggs, orange juice, toast, jelly, and coffee. We had a number of guests for breakfast. We did not have a complete list on a previous announcement, and we will cover that list again at this time. The guests for breakfast included the Apollo program manager at the Manned Spacecraft Center, Mr. George Lowe, his two deputies, Mr. Ken Kleinknecht, who's deputy for Command and Service Module, and Rip Bolander, who is the deputy for Lunar Module Operations. Also at the breakfast were Mr. George Skirler, who is base manager for Grumman Aircraft here at the Kennedy Space Center, Mr. Buzz Hello, base manager for North American Rockwell at KSC. Also Father Eugene Cargill, a priest from Dickinson, Texas, who is a friend of Gene Cernan's. 4 astronauts also joined their fellow crew members for breakfast. Scientist astronaut Jack Smith, who has spent the last week or so briefing the crew on lunar topography, was at the breakfast, along with Don Isley, the backup command module pilot for this mission, Ed Mitchell, a member of the support crew for the Apollo 10 mission, and finally astronaut Jack Lausma, who is at the Stoney console here in the control center. Stoney, of course, is the capsule communicator here in the firing room. His job to talk to the astronauts over the final moments of the count. That's our status at the present time. We're still in the hold, T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes and holding. All looking good with the count, however, at this time. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn launch control. We're still in our built-in hold. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. We expect to resume our count some 16 minutes from this time. All going well with the Apollo 10 countdown. We're finishing up the hydrogen loading of the third stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle. Our crew continuing to monitor the status of the propellants in the various other stages, and they appear to be stable as we continue to top off the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen supplies, with the exception, of course, of the S4B third stage, where we're still filling the tanks at this time at a rate of about 3,000 gallons per minute. The Apollo 10 pilots, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, now have finished their breakfast at the crew quarters. They had the steak and egg menu, which is normal on astronaut flights. They had 10 guests for breakfast. They have now completed breakfast and are walking down the hall, or should now have arrived at the suit room, where they will don their space suits and stand by to be called to the pad. Under the normal countdown procedure, and it's expected if all continues to go well, the astronauts will follow it. They will depart from their crew quarters at 44 minutes past the hour, which is some 40 minutes from this time. All still proceeding satisfactorily with the Apollo 10 count. We expect to resume our countdown in about 15 minutes now. We're at 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. This is launch control.
Well, the two real busy days of the mission involves the second and the third day around the moon as such. And again, one of the basic reasons for flying this mission is to pull together all the knowledge we've had in the previous ones. and our mascot over here. We have determined from the previous mission, lunar orbit mission, and also from the lunar module mission, that there's a lot of questions that still aren't answered, and particularly concerning the lunar potential. And where our new flight computer ropes are being put in at the Cape this weekend for the lunar module and the command module. They'll be tested out within the next week. This has a new lunar potential that is, and also it's the same as the one that Mission Control has changed to. And with this, we hope that we can be able to predict our orbits the way that the lunar gravitational field affects us in a far better fashion than we have before. Because the way that the present setup is, there is a possibility of aborting the first landing mission unless we actually bring back the data and show what we have for altitude tracking on the lunar surface. And we're going to do this in several different ways. But the big day is really the second day there, and we're going to be separated from the command module for 8 hours and 20 minutes and go down to 50,000 feet on 2 passes. In fact, we were just thinking coming back from the Cape last night, we're flying a T-38 at about 45,000 feet, and we could look down and we're picking out points that were 25 and 30 feet in diameter. Occasionally you could see a truck on the road. So we think from 50,000 feet we will be able to see craters that could get the lunar module in trouble. Along with that, we just realized it's the first time that man has ever been this fast, this low. It's equivalent in Mach number. It's about Mach 9 at 8.5 miles. So we're going to be moving out across the surface. But as busy as we're going to be, the real busy man is going to be John in the command module, because he's going to be up there going through his complete routine at this time.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at 3 hours, 30 minutes in holding, but we're standing by to resume the countdown at this time. Mark, we are now counting. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting. We're proceeding with the Apollo 10 countdown. We resumed our countdown as planned at 19 minutes past the hour. This has been a planned built-in hold of 60 minutes duration. We did use most of that hold time, however, to complete our propellant loading of the Saturn V launch vehicle. A short while ago, we did complete the loading of the hydrogen aboard the third stage, which is the final phase, and we are now topping off the liquid oxygen and the liquid hydrogen supplies in the 3 stages of the Saturn V vehicle. The Apollo 10 crew, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, in their suit room at the crew quarters some 5 miles from the launch pad. They're donning their suits and checking them out at this time. They are due to depart some 20 minutes from this time. Make it 24 minutes from this time, 9:44 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. They'll be leaving the quarters to take that 9-mile trip to the launch pad. A closeout crew now standing by to go up to the 320-foot level, open the hatch on the Apollo spacecraft, and make final preparations for the astronaut's arrival. A member of the support team, astronaut Joe Engel, is with that closeout crew, and he will board the Apollo spacecraft and make some final preparations in readiness for the astronaut team, the Apollo 10 team, to come aboard. We're now at 3 hours, 28 minutes, 29 seconds and counting. We are go for launch at this time. This is launch control.
John, why don't tell us about it?
While they're doing the rendezvous, the basic thing the command module does is sort of try to act like MCC Moon. We're up there tracking them and following them around the countryside, and the system is doing its own navigation it's doing its own orbit prediction, and it's doing its own determination of what kind of maneuvers you have to make to get rejoined. But it doesn't do it by itself. So there's a lot of button pushing and a lot of control switch operations, and it's really a scramble. And if everything goes nominally, why, we won't do anything except pass a few maneuver paths back and forth. But if for some reason, and it has to be pretty way down on the scale of probabilities because of all the systems and all the redundant systems in the lunar module, we were to have to use the command module to go get the LEM, what we call lunar module rescue, then we could do it with a command module.
It's Apollo Saturn launch control, 3 hours, 26 minutes, and counting. Count still going well at this time. Another check of the weather. The weather forecast still good for a launch to the moon today. The forecast in the KSC area calls for partly cloudy skies at launch time. Winds from the southeast at 15 knots with gusts up to about 22. They expect a temperature in the launch area of about 82 degrees. The sea is a little rough off of Cape Kennedy today, but acceptable for a launch attempt. We have a sea state of about 4 feet. Across the Atlantic, we have a little rough weather, but once again, it is acceptable for launch. There is a shower path about 2/3 of the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and there's 2 areas of rough seas, one in the west and one in the eastern Atlantic. Around the rest of the world track, the weather is acceptable. A check of altitude wind conditions indicates that they are also acceptable for launch, and good enough that we will be able to use a launch window from azimuth of 72 degrees to 96 degrees. This means that our window in time will extend, Eastern Daylight Time will extend from 12:49 to 4:14 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's our status at the present time. All aspects of the mission go. 3 hours, 24 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. This is launch control.
Gene, why don't you amplify some about our descent and when we start to make the critical maneuver back behind the moon and how we go back around on the front side and what we'll see.
You know, in amplifying what John said, all the time that we're in the lunar module prior to undocking, which is some 4 hours or 3.5 to 4.5 hours prior to undocking, and all the time we're actually in the rendezvous, in the descent, and then eventually after the insertion burn in the rendezvous phase, all of our attitudes, all of our mission profile is tied directly to John and to what John is doing. And I've never really been involved, I don't believe, in anything that is required as great amount of coordination and teamwork as it is trying to work with 2 vehicles in a lunar environment when they're traveling at the speeds, and you're talking about calculating burns with the decenter acid engines or with the surface propulsion engine in case of a rescue maneuver down to the seconds. This is where our simulator time has come in so valuable. We've worked what we call integrated with mission control here in Houston, with John in the command module, and with us in the, Tom and I in the lunar module. And when we first did it, the first time we did it, it was unbelievable. You just have to understand what the other fellow's doing and what his problems really are. Now today we feel, as of yesterday for instance, that we are working together very closely as a team, and I think this is the key to this whole mission, especially when you separate two vehicles. When we actually separate, then we'll do our descent orbit insertion burn, which will then take us down out of a 60 nautical mile orbit with John down to, it looks like about 8.8 miles is what we've been seeing in a simulator most of the time. And that's the time at which we'll make that high-speed pass across the lunar surface. And up until this time, we're simulating in real time, in real life, the G mission, the lunar landing mission. It's not until we come down across the site at 10 miles where we do what we call a phasing maneuver of almost 200 feet per second that we now go into away from the G type of mission. That's the point at which they will literally begin their slowdown and descent, and that's the point at which we now go and set ourselves up for what we call an insertion burn and a rendezvous, which again then will simulate the G mission, find out what problems that might be resolved or might evolve from our mission concerning their rendezvous, and then eventually into what we call the normal co-elliptic rendezvous phase. I don't know if you really want to go into the details about the DOI burn, but I did want to stress one point, and that is the teamwork factor, and I think we were all amazed that it took so much coordination, and not only between the three of us. Houston plays a very close-knit part in all of this coordination.
You know, people often ask, what happens if anything goes wrong? Well, all three of us decided to submit a request to George Lowe for a 350-mile steel wire, but he has yet to see fit to acknowledge your request. But this is a test out to the max range of the radar. We'll be going a little over 350 miles, which should really test past the normal case in the lunar mission for the airborne parts. Well, actually, after the limb is on the ground, you will have distances far greater than that. But this should prove out the total system.
Tom, I'd like to just add one quick thing. And there is obviously a nominal profile which we're very familiar with and which we've trained with. But the problem is, for every large engine burn in that nominal profile, we have what we call an abort situation, an abort case, where you may get a partial burn or you may get no burn at all. Now, this takes John's procedures and our procedures and in real time completely revamps them. So what you really have to have is another flight plan rendezvous type of thing to cover every one of those possible abort situations that we think we can get into. This goes for John's procedures and ours. And so as a result, there were at one time 27 different rendezvous that we supposedly would have to be prepared to do on this mission. We've combined them, we've eliminated some cases, we've proved some to be just false emotions and they can't possibly occur, and we've got it now down to where besides the nominal rendezvous, we actually are training and have procedures for 5 contingency type of rendezvous maneuvers which we might have to make in case of, for instance, a bad or a faulty engine or some other systems failure in either one of the spacecraft. And so when John said he's hopping up there, you can see why, because he's spring-loaded after every time we start our big engine, any one of our big engines, he's spring-loaded to burn his engine in sort of an abort situation in case we don't get a burn at all or a complete burn. So you can almost hear the relief and the sigh in his voice when we say burn complete, and the residuals, the delta V residuals are nominal, and he just takes a deep breath and gets ready for the next one.
At the end of the rendezvous, we'll come up to station keeping and pitch over. At that time, John will do the docking from the command module. We've ascertained that it's probably simpler and he's better equipped to do it with respect to the handling qualities of the vehicle. After we finish the docking, we have an unmanned burn to depletion on the ascent stage of the limb. John will actually hold the attitude with the command module, and Gene and I will configure the limb, and we come around from the front side of the moon. We'll separate from the lunar module ascent stage. It'll then on a ground command fire up and go on a maneuver that will take it into elliptical orbit around the sun forever. And again, this has got good station coverage from the Earth with respect to the large dish, and so we hope that you can see this LEM ascent stage take off around the sun on TV if everything goes right. Well, after this, we hope we get a good 9 hours sleep because it's been a long day.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, 3 hours, 16 minutes and counting. We're proceeding with Apollo 10 satisfactorily at this time. Astronaut Joe Engel, a member of the support team on the Apollo 10 team, now aboard the Apollo 10 spacecraft at the 320-foot level at Pad B. Engel will check out a number of systems in preparation for the arrival of the prime crew of astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan. These checkouts include activation of the caution and warning system aboard the spacecraft, adjusting the chlorine content of the astronauts' drinking water, the oxygen system, and also setting and adjusting the lights within the spacecraft. Engel also will give the 3 prime crewmen a hand in getting tied into the suit system once they're aboard before he will depart the spacecraft. The prime crew, due to leave their quarters some 10 minutes or so from this time, will stand by for their departure. All other aspects of the count going well. The propellants all aboard the Saturn V launch vehicle, they appear to be stable as we continue to top off the cryogenic supply, that is the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Now 3 hours, 14 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
And then the next day starts, and that's when John really gets busy again, because to really ascertain where that lunar surface is, and what we know today, that most of the weight's on John's shoulders on that landmark tracking. So we want to have him tell you what we're going to do on all the landmark tracking and the photo passes that we're going to do on the second day.
Well, actually, it's not all on my shoulders, thank goodness. What we're going to do the second day is essentially some strip mapping, some strip photography, some 4 revolutions of landmark tracking, and some target of opportunity photography interspersed in those revolutions. Gene will handle the cameras, and Tom will be flying the spacecraft in what we call Orb-8. He'll be maintaining local horizontal with respect to the lunar surface. We have 4 landmarks on each revolution picked out, and the purpose of doing that landmark tracking is to help us come up. Remember, we're flying the same profile as the G mission. Is to help us come up with an empirical method of orbit prediction, which will enable them to very accurately target the G mission for the descent and landing, which is very essential in order that the LEM land where you want it to. And after we finish that, and of course every revolution around the moon is 2 hours, so it's going to be 8 hours of landmark tracking with rev and a half of rest period, a couple of revs of strip photography, and oblique vertical photography where we're taking pictures into the landing site to help us prepare the crews that are trained to go to these landing sites, and also to obtain interesting pictures, pictures that are of interest to the geologists and people who have studied the moon for a long time. Of course, they've given us a whole ream of things that they're interested in taking pictures of. There isn't enough film in the whole world to get all the pictures they'd like to get, but we're going to do our best.
The final maneuver for trans-Earth injection comes at approximately 61 hours after we first entered lunar orbit. So we'll be there approximately 3 times as long as the previous lunar orbit mission. And it'll be about the same exact time as the lunar landing missions. At this time, we'll make the, if we have the fuel budget, we'll make the trans-Earth injection, which is a fast return home, and we'll be coming home in about 53 hours. And Gene, why don't you take it again from the time we start away from the moon?
Well, when we leave the moon, it's going to, of course, it's going to be a good feeling. We're anxious to get there, and of course, I think after that, that trans-Earth insertion burn is going to be a good feeling to sit back and watch the moon get smaller and the Earth get bigger. One of the things we certainly expect and hope to get is, as we do leave the moon, is some more photography, possibly some real-time television to watch that moon just shrink in size, because like the Earth, when we go away very rapidly, and it disappears, not disappears, but it gets very small very rapidly. And this, we're all anticipating to be one of the most spectacular sights on the trip.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We have been advised by the spacecraft test conductor that we expect the Apollo 10 crew to be coming out of their quarters shortly. When they come out, they'll board their transfer van for a trip of 9 miles from the Manned Spacecraft Operations Building, where their crew quarters are located here at the Kennedy Space Center, to Launch Pad B at Complex 39, where the Apollo Saturn V space vehicle is going through the final portion of its countdown at this time. The Apollo 10 crew of astronaut Stafford, Young, and Cernan have been up 2 to 2.5 hours at this time. Actually, Gene Cernan got up roughly a half an hour before his comrades in order to greet a friend of his, a Catholic priest from Dickinson, Texas. Stafford and Young were awakened at 7:34 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The 3 crewmen then went down the hall from their crew quarters to take a physical examination. They were declared physically fit by Doctors Jack Teagan and Alan Harder, who performed the physical examinations this morning. The crew then sat down for breakfast. The normal astronaut fare of steak, eggs, orange juice, toast, jelly, and coffee was on the menu this morning. They had about 10 guests for breakfast. They were eating breakfast during the built-in hold portion of the count, while at the launch pad the crews were still completing the propellant loading of the Saturn V space vehicle. We are standing by for the Apollo 10 crew to come out of their quarters. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, 3 hours, 8 minutes and counting. The Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, now have departed the crew quarters, and they're now boarding the transfer van for the trip to the pad. Director of Flight Crew Operations, Steve Slater, also aboard the transfer van. He'll drop off from the van and join the launch team here in Firing Room 3 at the Launch Control Center. The trip from the crew quarters to the launch pad is about 9 miles, and we give about 17 minutes in the countdown between the crew departure and arrival at the pad. Once the crew does arrive at Launch Pad B, they will proceed via a high-speed elevator to the 320-foot level. The 3 astronauts will be accompanied by 2 suit technicians. After the elevator arrives at the 320-foot level, the capsule communicator here in the firing room, astronaut Jack Lausmer, will lock that elevator at that point. The commander, Tom Stafford, and the lunar module pilot, Gene Cernan, the men who sit in the left-hand and the right-hand seats, will depart from the elevator with one of the suit technicians. They will go across the swing arm and then proceed to board the spacecraft. John Young, the man in the middle seat, will remain in the elevator until he's called a little later in the count. Young will remain in the seat in the elevator until his 2 comrades have gone aboard the spacecraft. We'll give about 10 minutes to each of the astronauts to come aboard during this period. In the meantime, at this point, at the 320-foot level, astronaut Joe Engel is aboard the spacecraft performing final checks in preparation for the crew arrival. We are go for Apollo 10 at this time, coming up on 3 hours, 6 minutes, and counting. This is launch control.
On our way back, we do some of our own navigation. Lost comm is always a concern of everybody. There's backup systems to backup systems. And the comm has been excellent, and our S-band communications at lunar distance has been excellent. But we maintain the onboard capability to compute our own mid-course maneuvers in order to hit that entry corridor, hopefully as well as mission control could target us. So we're taking star and horizon sightings. I say we. John primarily is doing this again as eyeballs here as a navigator. He barely lets Tom and I get near the section. He says we got our own NLM and we can't even do a star alignment every once in a while. But he may get a little bit tired and give us a chance on the way home. But we do a lot of sightings again on the way back in particular patterns in order that we can compute our own mid-course, because our one objective on the way home, of course, is to hit that entry corridor properly so that we can land at the targeted spot. And so that primarily is the lunar coast home.
A couple of aspects we wanted to bring up before I guess we open it to questions. There's been a lot of effort going to the total Project Apollo by a lot of people down at all different levels. And a lot of the success we've had is a lot dependent upon the work and effort and that they have put forth in all the project. And so, as you know, we have a manned flight awareness program that honors the people who have done outstanding work and showed continual work. And believe me, we certainly appreciate it since we're flying the hardware. And one of the symbols of the manned flight awareness program is a little dog I'm sure you're all familiar with in the cartoon named Snoopy. So when it came to choose the code words for the lunar orbit operation when the 2 vehicles are separated, we got together and so the lunar module will be called Snoopy and the command module is Charlie Brown. So the whole crew should arrive up there, Snoopy and Charlie Brown, after about 76 hours, and the big day takes place there when they're separated for 8 hours and 10 minutes. And I think it should work out very well with respect to the call signs, particularly if somebody says, "Good grief, Charlie Brown."
Yeah, Tom. I could just say one word. I know there's a lot of people who are probably interested in a television, particularly the aspect of colored television on our flight. Well, if all goes well after our countdown demonstration test, we hope to be able to carry a colored camera aboard, a colored camera which hopefully will give you a feeling, not a vicarious feeling, but an actual visual interpretation of what we're seeing when we're up there. You know, fortunately, or let me put it this way, we've been fortunate enough, the 3 of us, to have flown before, and we know sincerely how just spectacular and beautiful it is up there. That's not why we're going, of course, but it's one of the things that we see and we get to appreciate. We know this flight's going to even be more spectacular because of the distances and the fact that we're going to a satellite 250,000 miles away. And our feeling about this television, particularly the color television, particularly because I could sit here and try and tell you what the colors look like on a sunrise and sunset, and you could attempt to picture them in your mind, but until you've seen them, until you've been able to feel those colors with your own eyes, you really haven't, you can't transmit it to a person. So through this color television, we hope to be able to do something that I think all of us in this program have wanted to do for a long time, and that's share with you some of the experiences and the things that are happening right now. Some of the feelings, the things that go behind the gee whizzes and golly, isn't that beautiful type of thing. So with any luck at all, we'll be able to share, yeah, the all shuckses too. We'll be able to share, and I use that word very, very sincerely and very strongly from the three of us. We would like to be able to share with you as much of this experience as we possibly can. And I say that sort of because a lot of people have been interested in this color television.
I know that of all the questions I've ever been asked by anybody, in fact, a lot of the people I know out here in the audience, usually the first question is, what was it like up there? Well, I think this is one reason why our crew is pushed to get this device on board so we can show you what it's like. I mean, show the whole American public, and if everything works right, we'll be sending back many hours of it just in real time, and we have it on a non-interference basis with the crew activity, so we're hoping it'll work out good.
Okay, before we go to questions, Tom, I think we should backtrack a minute. We've got this film, the 7-minute film, is typical of the Apollo 10 crew training. Why don't we bring up the film now?
Well, let's see. This shows the three of us out at North American at Downey, California, back when we were working on the 101 spacecraft, and those were the old pressure suits. John, why don't you describe some of the activities on that day?
Okay, what we were going through in this particular instance was C squared F squared for spacecraft 101, which then was, the prime crew was Jim McDivitt, Rusty, and Dave. Jim McDivitt, Rusty Swarkett. We were the backup crew. And if you notice that vehicle, that's the old hatch on spacecraft 101. In fact, that's the ablative cover. And in that particular instance was, I remember it well, was the day of the fire.
You'll notice there's about 3 evolutions of suits. This one being somewhat of the original suit that we started with in Apollo, and that headgear you saw John with eventually evolved into what we call, and really long before we adopted our names of Snoopy, but we've called that new helmet we wear, which you'll see here later, the Snoopy helmet. And that sort of was quite just coined by accident, but that name is stuck with the headgear. The name that we gave to the headgear you just saw, I'd rather not repeat at the moment because it wouldn't be too appropriate.
Here you see us about a year later with the new suits. Here's getting in, and has a beta cloth covering on it. Now this was spacecraft 101 configuration that was eventually Apollo 7. We were the backup crew on that.
You can see the suits here are grossly more bulky, as you'll see here a little bit later, compared to the present day suits we're wearing. This is a mock-up out at North American, of which we did a great deal of work in stowage configuration, couch configuration. Eventually our new couches evolved out of this type of work and this type of training. You can see there's not a great deal of room in there with 3 men side by side with the size of the suits the way they were.
John, why don't you narrate this? We're down at pad 39B looking at our booster this day.
Yeah, mainly we're looking up at it. Boy, that's 440 feet up to the top of that thing. It's really something. Right here we're looking at the gondola that you may have to use for egress. This is the tunnel that you go down to the what we call a rubber room. If you have to do a pad egress, you slide down this thing about 200 or 300, I guess it's about 150-foot Teflon coated tunnel with wire spraying on you, and you'll be down at the bottom of it a great deal faster than Gino was.
We're down about, I think, well over 20 feet below the surface, down below the pad in the pad area, and going into this rubber room, as John called it, which is totally sealed hermetically. We've got our own capability of producing our own oxygen in there, totally closed-loop facilities, and the whole thing to prevent, in case of shock, and shock waves sits on springs.
Right.
Isn't it big coil springs?
The whole room is on coil springs, and you sit on these special foam padded chairs that can withstand the shock of a direct blast of the Saturn exploding there and withstand the shock. There's enough oxygen, water, food supplies in there for over 24 hours. And it's really a funny feeling to walk around and have the whole room shake with you there.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 56 minutes and counting. The Apollo 10 crew still on their way to Launch Pad B here at Complex 39. Their transfer van just passed by the Launch Control Center, and after a brief stop to drop off Flight Crew Director Deke Slater, the truck now proceeding to the launch pad. All still going well as the closeout crew at the 320-foot level makes their final readiness checks in preparation for the crew's arrival shortly at the pad. As reported, the crew will go up a high-speed elevator to the 320-foot level. The commander, Tom Stafford, and the lunar module pilot, Gene Cernan, will first go across the access arm, swing arm number 9, to the command module white room, and then we'll board the spacecraft. The command module pilot, John Young, will remain in the elevator and hit Tilley's call some 10 or 15 minutes later. All still going well, 2 hours, 55 minutes and counting. This is Launch Control.
This is a picture of the command module simulator. You see it's quite an elaborate device with all around it. In fact, John named this the Great Train Wreck with all these shapes there. We spent a lot of time in this vehicle together, all three of us.
Back when we first started, we said if it doesn't work, paint it brown. And we really had our problems getting this baby going, but now we've got good reliability and we got really smart crews helping us do this training. Look at him heading for gimbal lock there. That's that red. That's a translation controller. It shows he pulls back to go back. To the right, he's going to the right. To the left, down. These are some of the instructors that teach us what we're supposed to do in here.
You know, one of the most common questions I've ever been asked is, well, what do you guys do? People think we do chin-ups for 9 months or a year between our flights and then put on a spacesuit and fly. And it's very difficult to explain to people actually what your training is built around. And of course, there's meetings and decisions and designs, and you build it up. You're sort of an engineer one day, a management meeting the next day, a scientist the next day, and a technician the next day, and the next day you're flying the machine. Well, the meat of our training is right here. In these simulators. There's where you really learn how to fly a spacecraft, and there's where you see where the problems really are, and that's what makes you feel quite at home when you get up in orbit, is our simulators, and they're just fantastic machines with fantastic people operating them.
Here's the command module. I've seen in that simulator coming in the dock at a fairly high rate, and then you can hit stop, but the degree of fidelity in the simulators is utterly fantastic. Here was one of the tasks we go through to check out the vehicle, and this is an altitude chamber run on our lunar module. We did this in January.
That is Snoopy right there, and we've become quite fond of Snoopy and are looking forward to quite a trip with him. This is the altitude chamber, as Tom said, and when you look at the exterior configuration of the lunar module of Snoopy, you really wonder whether it's a spacecraft, because it almost looks like Reynolds wrap in cellophane tape in spots, because that's what it really is. And as compared to the command module, it doesn't have to be the aerodynamic, heat-resistant vehicle designed for Earth re-entry.
John?
This is a docking simulator. This is a docking simulator, and this shows the appearance that the vehicles have when they come together and speed it up a little faster than normal. Both the lunar module, of course, weighs 32,000 pounds loaded, and the command module 60,000 pounds or a little better loaded. This is a shot through the overhead window of the lunar module and shows exactly what the lunar module pilot sees looking out at the command module. He doesn't see very much, as you can see, because his window's not very big. He has to translate his control axis 90 degrees, and Tom has done that perfectly on many occasions, and I can tell you from personal experience that to do that is something else.
It's a little different when you're standing up looking overhead and relating your axis to what you're seeing straight ahead, but you get used to it. Here you see the probe coming into the drogue, and in the actual case here it'll be John for doing this final maneuver, and you can see the way that the probe does start to give and come in. This, again, is as far as we take the simulation.
Now, all that gear you see right there, the drogue, the bushel basket end, and the probe, all have to come apart. We have to disassemble that, take it out of the tunnel area, and then that's the area where we crawl through. So the tunnel area is not a clear area as soon as we dock, obviously. You've got the drogue and the probe in there. And if perchance, of course, we can't get it out, or the drogue and probe do not pull us up tight to make that airtight seal in there, then, of course, we're prepared, and we have trained. As a matter of fact, we spent about 4 hours on it this morning again in a final training exercise to go EVA if we have to, transferring from the hatch of one vehicle to the hatch of the other vehicle.
Okay, we're available now for questions. Yes, sir.
I have a question for Commander Young. You've described your activities in lunar orbit as being a bit of a scramble. With that in mind, if the situation should occur that you have to go down and pick up the lunar module when it's at its lowest point at 8.8 miles above the lunar surface, where would you be in relation to the module at that time? What would be involved in going down to get it, and how long would the complete rescue maneuver take?
Well, it would probably be we did one just the other day, as a matter of fact. We ended up in a 200 by 9 mile orbit. After DOI, the lunar module is in a 60 by 9 about. So that's what orbit you'd end up in. And it would probably be a 5 impulse orbit with a couple of rescue burns, and it might take as long as 7 hours and 30 minutes, 1 hour longer than the regular one. But actually, when you're doing the maneuvers without having to relay all the commands and stop and pick up your pencil and write, when you're doing everything yourself, it's actually simpler than when you have to do the coordination and get all the backup data.
Would in fact retrofire to get yourself down to 10 miles?
That's right.
Lock on at 10 miles?
Well, no, sir. It would be a rescue maneuver. It'd probably put you in something like a 20-mile circular to give you a catch-up rate. Maybe a 20 by 13 or something to establish a catch-up rate, and then you do a maneuver after that to circularize at that low altitude, and then a couple more. You go through a regular nominal maneuver sequence. And you could calculate, after the initial couple of sort of canned rescue paths, we calculate the rest of them on board.
I have two questions. If you do have to go EVA, have you selected a name for your portable life support system? And another question for the three of you, do any of you have any plans for leaving the astronaut program after this mission?
Well, I can answer the last question right now. The answer is no. This makes the third flight for both John and myself, and the second for Gina. And I know all three of us want at least one more. As far as the first question, you're saying on the portable life support system?
If you do have to go EVA,
right.
Do you have a name selected that you would use like Snoopy and Charlie Brown for your third communications?
I think they're referring to Red Rover.
Name for the portable life support
You mean
system?
a name for the portable life support system?
Might have a name for it if it didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm not phrasing my question very well. In the last mission, they had three names.
Red Rover is what she has reference to.
Oh, no. No, we
That's
don't.
Tom and Gene when they're out there on the portable life support system.
No, we've practiced many runs through this. In fact, we had about a 2-hour exercise this morning going through the whole sequence in a mock-up and going over and going in with John, all hard-suited. So we've been through that many times.
You've got to differentiate between a planned EVA and a contingency EVA. A contingency EVA is one that you have to do. I think that says a lot, and I won't say any more about it.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 46 minutes and counting. Apollo 10 pilots Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan now have arrived at Launch Pad B. We had them clocked at 1 minute past the hour when the transfer van came up to the elevator at the base of the pad. The three crewmen now have left one elevator and proceeded into the mobile launcher, where they'll catch the high-speed elevator that will take them to the 320-foot level where their spacecraft is located. We expect they'll be up there in just a matter of minutes. As reported, Stafford and Cernan will go across the swing arm first. John Young will wait until his two crewmates are aboard the spacecraft. Astronaut Joe Engel still aboard the spacecraft making some final checks. He's checked the water gun, made sure that the chlorine content is satisfactory, adjusting the lights in the cabin, and will stand by for the crew arrival. Engel will remain in the spacecraft for a certain time to aid the crew with certain switches that need to be depressed during some early checkouts before the hatch is closed. We've completed a few program tests with the computer here in the control center. All is still going well. T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting. This is launch control.
If you do have to perform one of these rescue maneuvers, won't that drain your fuel supply pretty low? Or are you carrying enough for that?
We're fat as a 40-pound mouse on a fuel.
We're in good shape. We may have to take the slow return home depending on how much SPS we use. But we're all right.
Okay, Russell.
Is there any concern about the so-called Stafford jinx of launch?
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with Tom Stafford. Shoot.
When I flew with Wally on my first flight in Gemini 6, I was sure it was Wally that was the jinx. It cost us 3 times on the final count before we got off. And then on Gemini 9, when it started, I thought it was probably Gene, that was causing this. But finally realized maybe I was a Joe Blitzblick of the Gemini program. But in fact, I just made a bet with Jim Maloney, that good friendly bet of $1 that we get off on time.
We got a lot of things to worry about, but I don't reckon that's one of them.
In fact, we've got our whole lunar orbit operation key to that liftoff time at the Cape. Yes, we can do it if we don't lift off on time or scrub, but it's going to make it lots rougher.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 46 seconds, and counting. Astronauts Tom Stafford, the Apollo 10 commander, and Gene Cernan have arrived in the White Room along with their suit technician. They shook hands with the pad leader and several of the technicians in the White Room, and Tom Stafford, I believe, has gone aboard the spacecraft. I believe it was at 10:06, 6 minutes past the hour, 10:06 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The commander is the first man aboard. He sits in the left-hand seat in the spacecraft. And the suit technician and astronaut Joe Engel will help to check him in, first tying him into the suit circuit system to assure that satisfactory oxygen is coming through the system. There will be various medical checks and communications checks. So the astronauts are now proceeding with ingress into the command module. We have Stafford and Young in the White Room, Stafford aboard the spacecraft at this time, and astronaut John Young in the elevator at the 320-foot level, sitting comfortably in a chair with a suit technician awaiting a call to the White Room. He'll be the final member of the crew to go aboard. All still going well with the count. Weather is go. The tracking elements also go at this time. 2 hours, 41 minutes, 27 seconds, and counting. This is launch control.
Shorty Powers.
Tom Stafford, would you talk a little bit about your concern or lack of concern over what we might call lunar orbit perturbations? Have you got a good program set? Better than we did on 9? Do we know more about lunar orbit perturbations?
At this time, Shorty, we think we do. Actually, what was determined from Apollo 8 and the way that the data correlated, the landmark was sinking in the lunar surface at about 0.8 of a kilometer per rev. And you have to target ahead, so you can see you might be in a little bit of problem. And we had a model called a triaxial lunar model. We've now gone to a model you'll hear called the R2 model, and this is why it's been a real crash program to get it in both our spacecraft and in mission control. And with this, we think we've actually got all the harmonics of the moon in it and everything. However, again, this is a reason for flying this mission and going down right to the point that where the landing mission will start to descend and also the insertion on rendezvous around. We think that we have a handle on it. But again, this is one of the major reasons for flying the mission. We do have enough fuel for contingencies in case it gets to us. But you could see actually what happened on that last one. The purge kept getting lower and the aperture kept getting higher in the way it was torqued around. But being there 61 hours in lunar orbit, we should have a good handle on that. There's one other point that I think should be brought out. Always around the Earth before in these rendezvous, the ground has had a beautiful solution that could help you. And now Chris and the whole people at MCC acknowledges that once we complete the insertion burn, we're on our own because they can't do too much for us. So this is the first time that really the two vehicles are on their own. They can give us a ballpark number, but that's all it'll be. And so, however, we think we have onboard charts and our 2 onboard computer programs, and they've worked out real good.
Shorty, this is why we look at taking the LEM to the lunar environment. It's not a systems type of test flight for the LEM. By the nature of it, by the fact that we're going close to 400 miles away, by the nature of our perigee, our closeness to the lunar surface, and by the nature of the fact that mission control, after a point, really cannot help you in a rendezvous, we look at this as procedurally an operational flight of the LEM CSM system around the moon. And we feel very strong about that. We're not turning systems on to see if they work. We plan on them working. We're turning them on to use them.
We consider this flight as kind of the final test of the whole system before the landing. Right.
Okay, John, could I do one quick one? Tom, you said that you or one of your colleagues up there said something about the television that you wanted to share with us. Is that the only purpose of the television?
Actually, I feel that the television to be, we have it all set up to record transposition and docking from an engineering standpoint. But if you can get it in real time, accurately, the way things actually look, that's as valid an engineering requirement as anything that we've got. And the same is true of, for example, undocking, the lunar module inspection. If we get the kind of fidelity out of this piece of equipment that we expect to, I think it'd be a pretty valuable engineering tool.
Shorty, there's other things that we're sending down real time on this mission, that being one of them, that we felt and we talked about had to be sent down, other type of data so that people on the ground could start evaluating it right away, because we're talking about 2 months after we lift off, we're talking about a lunar landing flight. And these guys don't have 2 months is not very long. And it was really Tom's idea, and he got some people together and said, hey, if we send some of this data down, and live television of a lot of these particular parts of the mission are part of that, if we send some of this data down real time, you can start evaluating it right now. And this is going to save 2 weeks, and 2 weeks in our business is a premium. It really is.
A good example, Shorty, if we have one of the lunar module legs hang up, the only way that only one that can see this is John with his eyes, or with a camera that he can shoot some pictures. And if the camera malfunctions or anything, this is a backup, and you can look at it real time and start making an engineering evaluation right there in real time.
Might he be able to suggest a procedure whereby we could get it fixed if for a lunar landing, for instance?
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes, and counting. The spacecraft commander, Tom Stafford, now aboard the Apollo 10 spacecraft. He has checked in with test conductor Skip Chauvin and has gone through some various communications checks. The suit technician behind him and astronaut Joe Engel in front of him in the spacecraft. Engel actually in the lower equipment bay, aiding the astronaut to strap in. The lunar module pilot, Gene Cernan, has just come aboard, and Skip Chauvin said, welcome aboard the 1249 special, referring to the launch time for the Apollo 10 count. We now have both the commander and the lunar module pilot aboard. John Young should be coming across the swing arm shortly as the third crew member to come in. Once the astronauts are strapped in, one of the first things that is accomplished is to check some switches on the panels nearby in the event the astronaut might have brushed against them as he came aboard. This is accomplished with a switch list check in which the test conductor reads off the various switch settings where the switches should be, and the astronaut in each case verifies. We also do a quick medical check on each of the crewmen as they are aboard to assure that we're receiving medical data from them here on the ground. The countdown still proceeding, all going well. The weather is go at this time. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 34 minutes, 32 seconds, and counting. This is Launch Control.
Colonel Stafford, it's been said that you're so enthusiastic about this color TV that you might turn it on in other than the scheduled transmissions. Would this be with any kind of warning to us, or just whenever you decided to turn it on?
No, what we think it's going to be a great attribute to the program with respect to just instead of coming back on a press conference afterwards and telling you what it was like and showing you a few films, that for mission control on the ground, we've worked out a situation where it is somewhat a non-crew experience basis. And particularly, our simulators have come through in great shape, and it's really fantastic, even for the three of us that have flown before, to see the way that the Earth goes away from you right away, and the way that the moon goes and goes away from you. And so we have it worked out with Glenn Lunny and Chris Kraft that this is all going to be on tape in mission control, and it doesn't interfere with any other data except the tape dump, and that's where the tape dump would have priority over it, but we're just going to turn it on. We also have an onboard monitor so we can tell exactly what picture we're sending down. So I expect you will see a few hours of it.
I'd like to ask a more general question. Is it because of some technical insurmountable problem that causes so many of the critical firings in all the Apollo, rather these 2 Apollo missions around the moon so far, to be carried out on the other side of the moon, out of contact with the Earth?
Just strictly the geometry of the Earth-Moon relationship and where you have to make the maneuver to arrive at the landing point. It's
What
just like retrofire to land in the Atlantic and you fire.
It's an insurmountable problem, all right.
That's right.
Got to talk to that guy Kepler.
What I had meant was it's not a question of simply slowing down the rate of descent or ascent in order to complete a full orbit, to return to the point at which your firing occurred, to make that the point of the landing or the low point in the mission.
Well, I guess you could make a big radial maneuver and combine a radial maneuver with a retrograde maneuver, but it would cost you fuel, and this way it works out awfully. I guess you could come around another way, but
Sure,
it'd be awful.
but you could do all these things on the front side of the moon, but not on the kind of fuel we've got or the kind of engine we have. You just couldn't do it, or the way orbital mechanics are.
See, and we are
If you
simulating...
had enough power, you could do anything.
Simulating the descent burn of the LEM when it separates from the command module. And of course, fuel being the critical thing, you make the most conservative in terms of fuel-wise type of burn you can.
I would like for each of you to describe your emotions, your real feelings about anxiety. Or are you really human and it's kind of scary? Are you so trained that you have nerves of steel? And do you think at this time you might take tranquilizers or any kind of medication on your trip?
Well, Lee, I'll tell you, after all the meetings and training, it's going to be nice to get out of town and get away from this place. It'll be a real relaxing thing, I'll tell you. John?
I agree with everything Tom said. We've been looking forward to this for 3 years.
I couldn't agree with John more. Now, we went through this EVA exercise this morning in suits, and this is, you know, when you get down to some of the type of training we do, it's not the most grand and glorious days in the world, and we just all made a comment, you know, let's fly, because we feel we're ready to fly and we're anxious to fly, and that's really all there is to it.
Shorty Powers.
First of all, I got a little bit confused. Somebody called you Colonel. Isn't it Captain Stafford?
Come on, Shorty.
Are you carrying on this mission, are you carrying any Defense Department experiments? Do those experiments include infrared photography?
No.
None at all?
We have just standard, what you'd call GI black and white and color film, ASA 64.
You are not carrying any DOD experiments?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Around the moon?
That's
right.
Any further questions? Well, at this point, we'll close it.
Thank you, John.
You'll have more fun than humans, huh?
Well, if we can get started, one or two observations. Maybe you haven't read the biographies in a long time. I'll pull you up to date on some ages at least. For one thing, this is an all-Navy crew. They all, even Tom used to be in the Navy before he got to be an Air Force colonel. He's 38 years old, and he's from Weatherford, Oklahoma. And John Young, when he's in Florida, calls Orlando his hometown. In California, it's San Francisco, and in Georgia, it's Atlanta. He, too, is 38. He's 1 week younger than Tom. And Gene is from Bellwood, Illinois. He just became 35. And did you get the full, you got a full third stripe now? On your Navy suit?
Commander. Yes,
Commander,
sir. Yes, sir, Mr.
Thank you. Beyond that,
Who are you bringing up to date on the biography?
for myself, among others.
PAO office back.
Yes. One other observation, it's a tremendously aggressive crew. Here, 6 weeks before the flight,
they've already had the flu. So I'll turn it over to Tom at this point.
Thank you, Paul. Well, to discuss the mission that will launch on May the 18th, as you know, there's been considerable discussion about it previously on the total mission sequence leading up to the lunar landing. And what the Apollo 10 mission is going to do is to tie together all of the knots that we've had in the past, try to sort out all the unknowns and actually pave the whole way for the lunar mission and do everything exactly as the landing mission except the final descent on the surface and the ascent into orbit. And we're working with the Apollo 11 crew as a team, really. And we'll have a new type of thermal control mode going between the Earth and the Moon, different from what we had previously. In fact, John can discuss this, how we plan to, it's going to be a different mode of sleep and everything, so we plan to be rested when we arrive at the Moon. So we'll start off in a sequence like this.
Our basic thermal control mode is going to use the computer. And we intend to be going to the Moon. If this is the Earth and this is the Moon, we intend to go to the Moon like so that every revolution, which is once per hour, and we've got about 100 hours of this kind of flying, we're looking at the Earth, the Moon, or the Sun through the side windows. And we hope to be able to show everybody here a little of the Sun move and the Earth through the side windows.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 26 minutes and counting. All three Apollo 10 crew members now aboard the spacecraft. The third member to come aboard, John Young, went over the sill. We had it logged at 16 minutes past the hour. The astronauts are now tied into their suit circuit system, starting to breathe the pure oxygen supply within that system. During this period, we sample the suit circuit system to assure ourselves that we have at least 95% O2, 95% oxygen in that system. The astronauts will fly breathing the oxygen system. Of course, the cabin atmosphere, however, will be a combination of oxygen and nitrogen. We're coming up shortly on some communication checks between the flight director, Glenn Lunny, at the Mission Control Center in Houston, and the astronaut crew here at Pad B. The countdown is still proceeding satisfactorily, aiming toward our planned liftoff time for this lunar flight at 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're now 2 hours, 25 minutes and counting. This is Launch Control.
The next part takes place when we arrive in lunar orbit. And again, we'll have approximately the same mass as all the lunar landing missions will have. And from this, we'll try to accurately determine the total amount of propellant that we'll have to complete the rest of the mission. And after we burn into lunar orbit, we then do something new. We're going to try to split out the checkout and activation of the LEM. And after we finish the second lunar orbit insertion burn, Gene will start into the LEM and make a partial checkout of the lunar module that first day of lunar orbit. Gene?
Well, the first day we actually go into lunar orbit, we spend about 3 or 4 hours in the LEM, just making sure that nothing's fallen out of place from the time we left the pad. Remember, no one has entered the LEM or been able to monitor any of the system because it's totally powered down. We verify that, nothing fell out of place and verify a lot of the switches and that the integrity of the spacecraft is still in a go condition and do what we call a little bit of housekeeping. Anything we can do to save time on the next day because it's extremely crowded and an extremely long day. So we set up some of our cameras and set up some of our checklists and put cards and deploy our little computer tables and everything we can to sort of to keep house so that when we get in there the next day, all we basically have to do then is to get right to work with the mechanical and electrical functioning and dynamic testing, if you want to call it, of the vehicle to prove that it is capable to separate from the mothership, if you will, the command module, and then either go on in the G mission to a landing or in our mission down to within our 50,000 feet altitude. The second day then, when we get in, the day of the rendezvous, or the day of the active LEM operation, we spend about 3.5 hours doing what is really taken weeks to do on a pad. We're not running a new checkout system or anything, but we're trying to make it apparent to ourselves and everybody but that the systems we've got, as we power them up to use them, are functional and are capable of doing the job. Now, this is a very busy 3 hours. We're doing this. Initially, I'll go in without a suit on, do a certain amount of it. Then Tom will come in with a suit on, and then I'll join him again after going back to the command module to dress, to put my suit on. I'll join him again. Both of us then will be in there with a suit on for the last couple hours before separation. Then John will close up our tunnel, and we'll be continuing on and getting the spacecraft, both spacecraft, the command module and the LEM, ready for the separation and about the long 10 to 16-hour day we've got ahead of us of active LEM operations.
I'd like to point out that we really consider the real heavy on this day is John, because when G and I are checking out the LEM, he has to coordinate with us, but also he has to make a series of landmark tracking all by himself. And this is the first time that we've had one man solo making landmark trackings and also holding the attitude on both vehicles. And this is very important, the way our total guidance and nav system is designed. If it goes wrong, we can receive a vector that could cause a lunar abort if we were having a landing. From the time, actually, I'll only have John take this from the time we start the separation. And we hope that you may be able to see this back on the Earth the way we have it planned. It's a little bit premature to give a final go on it, but John controls the attitude of the two vehicles and he cuts us loose.
Well, I back away from them at about 2.5 feet a second, which results in a half an orbit of a distance separation of about 11,900 feet. And when they're that far away, they do the descent orbital insertion burn, which is a slide over burn, doing this slide over burn on that burn a couple of feet a second, 12 feet a second, I think, would put them into the lunar surface. So we have to know where we are where we start, and we have to know where we are when we finish. And that's one of the purposes of the landmark tracking, is to enable us to get our orbit determination and prediction techniques down to the kind of fine art that it has to be to land where you want to land and when you want to land on the lunar surface.
A lot of people, in reference to John's remark about that first big LEM descent engine burn we make after he separates from us, a lot of people have said, well, can you really, or could you make a landing on this flight? Well, at this point in time, there's many obvious reasons why we could not. However, if you overburn on that descent engine burn by some 12 feet per second or about 3 seconds, you'll make a landing at about 5,000 feet per second as you go over one of the top of those craters. So you can see it's a very critical and precise maneuver, and it happens to be our first maneuver, and it happens to be behind the moon. So it's like lunar orbit insertion or trans-Earth insertion, which are both behind the moon. Everyone on this side of the fence has to wait until you come around in acquisition to find out, you know, did you make it or didn't you make it type of thing. And we're planning on making it all right. But it is a critical burn, and it is our first burn, and it's one we're very anxious to monitor correctly.
Well, after we make the descent orbit insertion, we swing around on the east side of the moon, come into misspin contact where the Earth can have telemetry and radio contact with us, and we proceed down to 50,000 feet. And again, we're going through the exact timelines and attitude that the lunar landing mission will do. Except before paraloon, we will pitch over and we'll first check the landing radar, which we think is very important to determine the data, because there's still some anomalies with respect to really where is the lunar surface. So we'll check the landing radar for a series of nearly 10 minutes, pitch over, take stereo photos of the actual landing site for a period of 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll light the big engine up again to start a phasing burn to go up 200 miles above the lunar surface, and we'll end up approximately 350 miles behind John to check the rendezvous radar at the exact max range that we could expect for a nominal mission. And from there, we'll then go down, stage the vehicle, and make an insertion burn that will put us with the exact geometry that the landing mission will have when it inserts into orbit and start a rendezvous.
That also is there. Thank you. Okay, MLSC STC 214. Okay, STC, I would like to get a re-verification of when LMT put the fuel cell select button to 1, if he actually hit the purge button, or if he got the caution warning just when he put the select to 1.
LMT, I put the selector switch to 1 and the master alarm came on and the O2 flow indicator went to 0. I expected to 0. I did not expect a master alarm, and I'd like to know if I'm going to get that every time I put it in that position.
As far as we know right now, that caution warning is not supposed to come on when you select 1 or go from 2 to 1. Could we do that again and see if we get the same indication? Go from, say, 2 to 1.
Okay, I'm in 3. I'll go to 2. There's 2. Now I'm going to 1. There's the master alarm and the O2 went to 0.
Well, Roger, that looks like it may be a transit there that's causing that. It's not supposed to trip the caution and warning.
All right, QC, we'll take an ID on that. All right, MLSC, I'm going to continue here. You get with the necessary people over there and see if we can... can you send a man, LSC, can you send a man to 268 and sequencer? Can you go over there, please?
Roger. Roger, we'll send one someone 268.
Roger. We'll continue on here with 388.
Roger, BCMP, ingress is complete.
Okay, you got him out? You ready to close the hatch there, Don?
Roger that, we are.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and proceed there?
Roger, we'll make our final inspection here.
Okay.
The Apollo satellite control at T-minus 2 hours, 16 minutes and counting. T-minus 2 hours, 16 minutes and counting. Always go with the Apollo 10 countdown for the launch of the moon at this time. Astronaut Joe Engel, a member of the support crew, now has departed from the spacecraft. From the conversation between his supervisor, it appears that he did depart reluctantly. As he did come out of the spacecraft, John Young remarked he was sorry that there were just 3 round tickets for the flight. Engel had been in the spacecraft to give the 3 crewmen a hand on the final switches and to assure that they were satisfactorily in the spacecraft as far as their various connections and the integrity of their spacesuits and the oxygen system they'll be breathing. The spacecraft test conductor now has given a go-ahead to the closeout crew at the 320-foot level to proceed with the preparations for closing the command module hatch. Also coming up shortly will be a series of abort advisory system checks with the spacecraft commander Tom Stafford. Stafford has a number of cue lights in front of him in the spacecraft which can indicate difficulties on the flight. Coming up shortly, we'll make some checks of these lights in which the test conductor, the launch operations manager here in the firing room, and Houston flight, the flight director in Houston, can send light cues to the spacecraft to inform the commander that he's having trouble. We're checking out that system. We will be checking it out shortly. All still going well. We have a flight azimuth in the computer of 72 degrees. That's for a liftoff of 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. T-minus 2 hours, 14 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting. This is launch control.
All right, we'll stand by on the abort light checks until the satellite gets the hatch closed. All right, sequencer, you with us now.
SLMP, press and hold the gearbox, sure 10 reset button.
Roger, it's depressed.
Relax torque and rotate the beast until counterclockwise, complete. Release the sure pin reset button.
Released.
Verify sure pin indicator in the white and sure pin not seared.
Sure pin is in the white, the sure pin looks good.
Put the gearbox ratchet selector and the pump handle ratchet selector to the online position.
Unlatch.
Verify gauge pressure of counterbalance is indicating in the green.
It is in the green.
MSTC, command module hatch is closed.
All right.
MSTC, SGQC, verify sequence 20, 409, 15 Nancy.
Roger, we copy.
you're all hooked up on your purge line setup. That's what's up. All right, QC. 15 Nancy verifies 28414. Okay, that's sequence 414. All right, ECS, you ready to proceed with your purge and lake? Roger. Okay, you'll work that on your own channel. Later send term over to 227 to support them, please. Roger, is it going to 227 now? Okay. MTQC will also go there, or SCQC will. All right. Okay, 414, 415 are verified. All right, sequencing with us. Roger. Okay, we're coming back to 391. Sequencing verified 391. MSCQ? Stand by. Roger, lights are verified. Roger. LOM, abort request A switch to off. 3, 2, 1, mark. Lights normal. Roger, abort B light off. And lights dim a little bit. Roger, we copy. CDR verified. Alright, flight execute abort light system A to off. Roger, 3, 2, 1, mark. And then CQ verifies light out. Light out. Okay, the lights out in the spacecraft. Alright, all personnel, check your headsets, check your boxes. Anybody that doesn't have to be on this channel, please get off now. Alright, LOM, abort request B switch on. 3, 2, 1, mark. Lights normal. Roger, MSQ verifies lights on. Andy. Lights off. Alright, Tom, can you talk up a little? We're having trouble hearing you. Roger, light is on. Okay, 392 verified. LOM, abort request B switch off. 3, 2, 1, off, light normal. MSQ verifies A light out. Light dims. Roger, CDR verified. DMIL, reset, request B received light. In work. MSTC, MECS. What do you need, ECS? We need the cabin pressure relief valve right hand to the dump position. Roger, we'll get that in work. Tom, you copy that? Going to the dump position. STC GML 394 verified. Roger, 394 verified. Did you get that to the dump, Tom? Roger, it's to the dump. Okay, flight execute abort light system B to off. Roger, Bravo 2, 1, mark. MSCQ verifies light out. Light out in spacecraft. Okay. That takes care of 395. Flight execute abort light system A to on. Transmitting abort light A on. 3, 2, 1, mark. A on. MSCQ verifies light on. Light on. Alright, 396 verified. Flight execute abort light system A to off. Roger, A off. 3, 2, 1, mark. CDR, did your light go off? No, light still off. Negative on the signal here. Stand by. Alright, we're standing by on 397. CFC, no validity on that coming out. Roger. Flight, STC flight. Go. Need to try A off again. Roger, proceed. A off, 2, 1, mark. Roger, MSQ verifies light out. And lights on as pushback. Alright, flight execute abort light system B to on. Executing B to on. 2, 1, mark. MSQ verifies light on. Light on as pushback. Flight abort light system B to off. Roger, B off, 2, 1, mark. SCQ verifies light on. Light off. Okay, 399 verified. LOM, that completes AAS. Roger, my lights are clear. Roger. LMP panel 3, uptel command switch to off. Understand. Uptel command switch to off. Is it off now, James? Confirm it's off. Okay. 402 is verified. MSEQ? Roger. Okay, I want you to go on over to 223 for EDS. Roger, copy. CDR on panel 9. S-band, intercom, and VHF to off. S-band, VHF, intercom all coming off. LMP panel 6, PADCOM switch to off. Roger, PADCOM coming off. Mark it. Stony? Stony, Roger. 223 on the umbilical. Roger, 223 is on the umbilical. Is verified. Alright, pad leader, STC. Let's go. Okay, pad leader, on the hatch closure, you did get the protective cover off the counterbalance bottle. Roger. Okay, that was a deviation, and that should close TIR 194. That was 914, pad leader. Roger. We did get it on. Mace STC. This is Mace, go. Mace, you want to go over to 223 for EDS? Roger, Mace, going to 223. MGNR, STC. Go. You want to go over to 223 and support the EDS test, please? Roger. And MNQC, you got a man on there? Roger, we do. Okay, thank you. Okay, and summary on the hatch closure, 408. Through 413 are verified. Roger. STC is sending QC. Can we have a QC verification on the bottle? Counterbalance. Roger. STQC? He's went to 227 supporting MECS. I'll get him back over. Okay, we just need a stamp number on the protective cover done. Understand.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. At T-minus 2 hours, 6 minutes and counting. We are still go for Apollo 10 at this time. The hatch on the spacecraft has been closed. We had it logged at 35 minutes past the hour. Astronaut Tom Stafford, the spacecraft commander, has completed his series of abort advisory system checks. These are checks of the Q lights on the support panel in the spacecraft. And he'll be gearing up shortly in preparations for a major test that occurs as far as the overall vehicle is concerned, the emergency detection system test and the EDS test. This is a test of some 30 minutes duration in which the launch vehicle and spacecraft participates. This is to assure that all the various detection systems aboard the vehicle to alert the astronauts of difficulty either on the ground or in flight actually will operate. This is the final check of that system and a major highlight of the final countdown. Shortly, we also will start making preparations to bring the cabin atmosphere up now that the hatch is closed. From a ground source, we'll bring in a supply of an atmosphere of 60% oxygen and 40% nitrogen into the cabin. We will purge the cabin with a 60-40 atmosphere and then assure ourselves that there are no leaks. We'll make some quick leak checks to make sure that the spacecraft is secure. All going well, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
We got any conclusions on this, on the master alarm we got? We believe it's a transient and we have a concurrence. It's okay. We can go. Okay, LMP, FTC? No. Gene, you're way down. Can you give me another call? Yeah, how do you read now? You're still way down in the background. Okay, Gene, they've searched through the prints here and the consensus of opinion is from all the engineering people at this location that this is due to a transient and they consider it to be a normal thing under these conditions. Okay, and being normal, I'll get it in flight when I check fuel cell 1 with the indicator, is that correct? Roger, you should get it. And you can confirm good O2 flow at this time, I assume. Roger. This is TP on 222, I can just barely... or we can wait till that's over. Okay, Tony, how long do you want? Just a couple minutes. Okay. Okay, all personnel in the control room. Starting with sequence 419, we have silent verifications and readings to make. I want you to do this off the headset. Report any problems that you find, and we'll pick up that data post-test. That'll be EPS. Can you remind sequencer to check his lights? Roger. All right, there's ENL, RTS, ECS, EPS, REC, LFC, and FCL. MST3, MECS. Go ahead, ECS. We'd like a cabin pressure relief valve right hand to boost entry. MSTC and EPS on 214. Okay, EPS, I want you to explain to the LMP what indications he will see in the spacecraft while you're making your adjustments. Roger, LMP and EPS. Go ahead. ECS, or EPS, standby then. All right, ECS, you have your valve. Roger. Okay, EPS, go ahead. LMP, what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the voltage on the power supplies to 27 volts. And the fuel cells will assume all spacecraft loads at that time we're sharing at this time. Roger, understand. And you may see a change in your main bus voltage. Roger. SPC, CS. Ready, CS. We may get O2 flow high, caution 1. Roger. LMP is coming. We just got it. Master alarm is being reset. Roger. MEPE, would you just power supply A and B to 27 volts and steps of 25 volts? Roger, that'll work. APS. All go. I'd like you to do that on 222, please. Roger, copy EP. Copy. On the 222. All right, all personnel, check your headsets and check your boxes. Anybody that just plugged in, please unplug. All right, ECS.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 56 minutes and counting. Countdown still proceeding toward our planned liftoff for this lunar flight at 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The 3 crew members in the spacecraft quite busy at this time. Astronaut Tom Stafford, the commander, starting a rather extensive check of the emergency detection system, working with both members of the launch vehicle and spacecraft checkout crew. The ground-based master computer here in the firing room plays a rather key role also in the emergency detection test. This is the final check of the overall system that does alert the astronauts in flight of any problems below them during the mission. Also in progress, we're establishing the atmosphere in the spacecraft cabin. This is from a ground source, establishing an atmosphere of 60% oxygen and 40% nitrogen. The astronauts, however, of course, are breathing pure oxygen through the suit circuit coming through their suits. Our countdown still proceeding satisfactorily. Weather conditions also a go for launch. The weather forecast is partly cloudy skies in the Kennedy Space Center area. Surface winds from the southeast, 15 knots, gusts up to 22. Temperature about 82 degrees. The sea a little rough off of Cape Kennedy, but acceptable for a launch attempt. The same goes for several areas in the Atlantic Ocean and possible abort recovery areas, but basically around the world track, all is go as far as weather. We're at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
And on the way home, again, we'll use the computer for a passive thermal control. John, what about, you can talk about the final landmark Earth horizon marks and...
Yes, we're going to do some more techniques of verifying our no-comm capability. You know, this vehicle has capability to navigate itself all the way back from the moon to a safe re-entry at a targeted spot on the ground without ever talking to the Earth. And we're going to do some star landmark and possibly some star horizon measurements just to prove out. These are the techniques that Jim Lovell used when doing Apollo 8 that were so successful. Star landmark has the capability of being theoretically more accurate, and we want to find out if this is so.
On the final part of it, in the reentry, we're going to target for a little shorter range than Apollo 8 had, and we'll be pulling approximately, I think, 1 G more during reentry for an average. And this is to prevent going into a different phase of the computer program. But we will land approximately 15 minutes before sunrise. And we will be in daylight at that time. And if people go back and remember Gemini 9, where you saw Gene and I came right down in front of the carrier. Gemini 10, where John came down in front of the carrier. I think with that luck, you should be able to see us there on the South Pacific near Pago Pago. Well, there's a couple other items that we wanted to bring up that are different that have people have asked about in the past. And one is on food and some of the complaints that's been in the past, or certain problems we have. We think we have a little different approach this time to it, and have Gene explain that.
Well, you know, food, whether in space or at the oyster bar or anywhere else, is a matter of choice, really, I think, as to what people like and what they don't like. And the same type of food for 8 straight days, again, whether in space or whether down here, is probably not going to be the most tasty to anybody. But we figured we've gone over our menu pretty thoroughly. We've got things in there that we like personally that have been tailored to our personal taste buds. We've also got a capability of eating some of our rehydratable foods with a spoon in 0G. It's basically the fact that we can rehydrate certain packages and then open them at the top. They're adhesive enough to stay on a spoon, not soupy, but adhesive, so that you can then eat them with a spoon. And there's something about eating with a spoon that automatically makes food taste just a little bit better to me than sucking it out of a paper bag. We're also carrying some of these
what we call wet packs. We've got beef and turkey and ham. And these are just that. They're not rehydratables. They are wet packs. And I think we're carrying about 9 apiece on this flight. And you eat those with a spoon. But they're like turkey and I guess it's dumplings and ham and potatoes and beef and potatoes. And they're actually very good. And they get away from the bite size and strictly the rehydratable foods. We're also carrying, have the capability now to nibble on things that are very tasty to us, like, and at times when you don't have a great deal of time to eat, where you're thirsty or a little bit hungry, when you can go in and get a bag of peaches, squirt some water in it, and down peaches. We've got a little area set aside where we've got fruits and juices, sort of as a snack, because sometimes you find yourself milling through the food packs just for those things that you particularly like when you're in a hurry to eat. So with all these little things, not great innovations necessarily, but little changes here and there, we feel that food is not going to give us any problem. And I'll certainly attest to the fact that we're getting our flu over early, like Paul said, and if I can ever give it to John, he's stubborn as could be, but if I can ever give it to John, Tom's already got it, we'll have that out of the way, so you won't hear anything about colds or sniffles or anything like that, we hope. Tom might want to talk to you a little bit about TV, which you're all interested in, and so are we, because we feel that this program belongs to a great many million people, certainly 200 million that we can think of that are very close. And one way of bringing this program to you, better than in words, that being in pictures, is through television, and hopefully we will certainly bring you television that is adequate and maybe something new in a way of television.
Well, if you remember, the three of us were the backup crew for Apollo 7, had the first television. And it was certainly a great experience that the American public could share to see how the crewmen were in the spacecraft. However, for all of us who have flown upstairs, the view outside in living color is just fantastic. It's really hard to describe, and the way that you've all seen it in the past is on a film after we've come back from a flight. And so we knew it was very much within the state of the art of what we have here in America, and we've pushed for it, and there appears to be a very good possibility that we will have high-fidelity color television on Apollo 10. The final determination will be made approximately May the 1st if the unit passes its qualification test. The unit will have a single zoom lens on it, and we will have an accurate way of monitoring the picture that we send back to the Earth. And with that, I think it should be very phenomenal, the views that you've seen compared to what you have in the past, because we have 4 times the bandwidth on this set, and it's just being optimized for the mission. We hope that we can show you some station keeping around the moon when the lunar module is out there. In fact, that brings up a point. You know, we have a code name for the 2 vehicles, and they had Spider and Gumdrop on Apollo 9. Well, we've decided on one that is somewhat of a humorous character, and since we're going to the moon to find out all these facts and kind of snoop around, we've decided that the lunar module is going to be called Snoopy. And you know, Snoopy's a comic character that's a favorite, I know, of many people in the United States and around the world. And to go with command module, here's Charlie Brown.
Not Molly, Charlie.
Snoopy is sort of a champion of the space program anyway. I think he's become that in the last couple of years, and so it's got quite a bit of meaning to us, and we go around calling John Charlie Brown now, either in the simulator or out. He's adapted to that pretty well.
Molly Brown's old man.
Well, for about 6.5 hours, actually before that during the checkout, for nearly 10 hours around in lunar orbit instead of Apollo 10, when we're in the 2 different vehicles, you're going to hear the words Snoopy and Charlie Brown. And then after that, it'll revert back to Apollo 10 as we come back.
I understand Charles Schultz was happy about the whole thing.
Right.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 46 seconds and counting. Or correction, 1 hour, 46 minutes and counting. All proceeding satisfactorily at this time. Astronaut Tom Stafford still busy in the emergency detection system checks, working with the launch vehicle crew here in firing room 3 and the spacecraft crew in their control rooms at the Manned Spacecraft Operations Building, some 5 miles from the Launch Control Center. That crew, also the spacecraft checkout crew, has made a switch list check of their own in their control room to assure that all switches on all panels are in the proper positions. Our countdown is still going very well. As far as the launch vehicle is concerned, the crew here is still continuing to monitor the stability of the propellants aboard the vehicle, and we continue to replenish the supply of the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as it boils off. The boiling off occurs because both LOX and hydrogen must be maintained at such extremely low temperatures. All still is go with the countdown at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
Well, I think we covered a lot of ground. Why don't we go into some questions? I know we've got some in Houston. Well, let's take the Cape first. Tommy?
Tom, you mentioned this 3 feet per second overburn is light 2 feet per second. What is the...
3 seconds. 3 seconds or 12 feet per second.
3 seconds or 12 feet per second. What is the burn and the burn time on that, the delta V and the...
The delta V is approximately 72 feet per second. And the burn time, we go 15 seconds at 10% on the descent engine. Then I throttle up to 40% thrust. The total there is approximately 40 seconds.
43 and a half seconds, but the thrust, the time is not that accurate because the throttling is done manually, like Tom said. So it depends on how quickly and precisely he throttles, which in itself is not critical. But he has done it, and it's turned out to be about 43 to 43 and a half seconds.
Figures again were 3 seconds at 12 feet per second?
No.
It's 3 seconds of overburn, which gives you 12 feet per second.
12 feet per second.
Gene, you said you felt comfortable knowing that John can chase you even though you don't have that 60-mile wash line. How far can he actually chase you? It was my understanding that the command module cannot go any lower, is not supposed to go any lower than something like 30,000 feet. Now, you will actually be at 50,000 feet, hopefully. But if you do get any lower and have any overburn that Tom talked about, how low can we establish, how low can the command module go? Maybe I should have addressed this to John.
Well, I think we've established that if we have to be rescued in this 50,000-foot orbit, that there's no question that John is planning, at least he's telling us he's planning, on coming down to get us. If we had gone down to a 30,000-foot orbit, this means that we got there by overburning the engine slightly. We don't plan on being in a 30,000-foot orbit because if we overburn slightly, we would then do what we call trim that overburn out. It is only if we overburn to the full maximum capability that we have to trim it out, which coincidentally is the lunar surface. That's a coincidence that at 12 feet per second is our maximum to burn out. But anything less than 12, which might put us in a 30,000-foot orbit, we would trim back out to put us back up into a 50,000-foot orbit. So there would not hopefully be a need for him to come down that far. But I feel certain that if we were there, that he'd come and get us.
But the orbit is a 50,000-foot orbit by 60-mile orbit. Paraloon is 50,000 feet, but Apolloon is 60 miles.
John, this may seem theoretical, but if Gene and Tom couldn't trim out, excuse me, if Gene and Tom couldn't trim out any dispersions, and you couldn't wait until Apolloon or Apocynthian to get them on the high side, and had to come in and rescue them on the perigee or Paracynthian, what is the lowest theoretical number you could get to? Could you come down to 30K or 25,000 or whatever and get them?
You get a program alarm at 35,000 feet, but that doesn't keep you from going any lower, but it just doesn't make... that's not the way orbital mechanics works, Jules. You wouldn't... you just wouldn't do that. You can catch them at, for example, going into a 20-mile circular orbit. In the orbit they're in, you You could catch them. Catch up with them in rendezvous. And they'd make 2 or 3 passes at 50,000 feet.
But if they were headed down and couldn't trim it out, and you weren't coming around to the point where orbital mechanics would work in your favor and you had to act swiftly, is that a possibility?
I don't think so, Jules.
What John's saying is, in many cases, what you'd do is you'd let the LEM catch up with you and be coming up from that low orbit, for instance, and catch them at a higher point in it.
One for Tom and one for Gene. Tom, if you expect this orbital deviation to be even greater between the 60 mile and down 50,000, do you really feel, even with this new mathematical model, that you can pin this thing down? And for Gene, I didn't understand when you were talking about getting down to the 10-mile limit twice. Could you detail that a little further?
Right. Here's one thing. Apollo 8 was in a lunar orbit that had an inclination at the equator of approximately 12 degrees. Now, originally, when we targeted for the second site, we were going to have approximately 4.5 to 5 degrees with respect to the Earth-Moon relationship when we fire up to go on TLI. However, we've taken a penalty of 300 feet per second at our LOI burn so we can have exactly the same inclination that the 11 mission has. So we're going to have a little less than 1 degree inclination coming across that site. And inclination also has an effect on the orbital perturbations. So we'll be at the exact inclination coming over that site at the exact altitude. Now,
we did 8 at 12 degrees to get maximum
Get
looks
max-
at all sites.
right, to get the maximum of that site. But here we're tailoring this just to the specific landing site. Also, when we go up, we go past over to 50,000 feet, fire the big engine, go up in phase to 200 miles above, go 350 out behind the command module. Then as we come down to 50,000 feet again, we separate the 2 stages and fire the Ascent engine to bring our balloon down.
I think that's your answer, Mary. We go from a 60 by 10 to a 10 by 200, and we stay there for the rev until we come down through 10 miles again. Then we bring that 200 down to about 43. And then we bring the whole thing up to 43 circular. So effectively, you just make 2 passes down around 10 miles. One in a retrograde direction and one in a posigrade direction.
Roy Neal.
All this talk about contingencies and mass cons and their effect brings to mind the question, have you figured the order of magnitude greater of risk to your mission as opposed to those that have gone before?
Well, Roy, I think that the total progression in the manned space flight program was to take Gemini and Apollo in the same way. Each one has had a greater risk than the one preceding it, and I think that certainly holds true in this mission. We're going out further with respect to the lunar module. We're really expanding the lunar module, and we'll be in lunar orbit 3 times as long as the previous lunar orbit mission. But conversely, at the next mission will even be more riskier than ours. As far as putting the exact number on it, I think you can make any assumption and have come out with any quantitative number on it. But definitely, it is riskier than the ones preceding.
You gain a great deal when you have a lunar module along with you, Roy. You've got another engine to burn yourself out of lunar orbit before you stage it.
So in certain areas, I mean, the total overall mission has more risk, but in certain areas we have more backups than what they've had before.
I'm sorry, down here.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 36 minutes and counting. Still proceeding well with the countdown at this time, aiming toward our planned liftoff at 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The crew at the 320-foot level at Pad B now has completed two major functions: the emergency detection test, check of the emergency detection system, and we also have purged the cabin. The cabin atmosphere now in an environment of 60% oxygen, 40% nitrogen. The closeout crew now has been given a go-ahead by the spacecraft test conductor to proceed with putting on the boost protective cover. This is the cover that goes over the hatch on the spacecraft. Our countdown is still proceeding satisfactorily. Here in the Launch Control Center, all still looking well with the Saturn V launch vehicle as well as the spacecraft. That anomaly we had earlier concerned with a drop in pressure in a conditioning line in the instrument unit has created no problem whatsoever. The temperatures still read good in the IU, in the instrument unit, and we are proceeding with no constraints. This is Launch Control at 1 hour, 34 minutes, 47 seconds and counting.
Can you go through the total mission time once more and maybe break it down into translunar and lunar orbit and trans-Earth? You did mention there's a possibility for a short trans-Earth if propellant allows.
You want to take that, John?
Well, it looks like from liftoff to TLI to translunar insertion is about 2 hours and 50 minutes. To LOI is about 76 hours. This is ground elapsed time from liftoff. About 76 hours. Then in lunar orbit till about 129, 30 hours. I'm not 100% sure on these figures because I'm using an old flight plan. Then back to the ground at 191 hours.
What about the possibility of a quick return? Tom, you mentioned that. What does that do to this schedule?
Oh, that's the quick return. That is the quick return.
The long return is about another 10 hours?
No, the long return can go much longer than that, another 24 hours. Well, if we're really low on fuel, it could come back nearly another 40-some hours beyond that.
This is one of your great real-time decisions.
Right.
I'd like to return to this tricky maneuver on the other side of the moon. Now, you're going to be separated by, you said, 11,900 feet when the LEM does the burn to get down to 50,000 feet.
Right.
The command module from the LEM, correct?
Yeah.
All right. The burn is done. It's 43 seconds long. It's retrograde so that you're spiraling in toward a perisithion on the front side of 10 miles optimum. How far does the LEM lead the command module at that point, at perisithion?
That's
the first question.
So 100 and some miles.
I don't know, that's
130 miles.
20, 30 miles. Yeah, I don't have it exactly here. I guess it's a little over 100 miles that we're in front of him.
So you'll be radar and optically tracking all the way?
No, I'll tell you exactly what we do. We've got, the burn is critical to us, certainly, obviously. We make the burn, we monitor it, we make it in our primary navigation system, our primary computer. We monitor it with our AGS or our abort guidance computer, and also on time. And also we have a feeling as to how the burn went. Okay. For a third monitor, if you want to call it that, this gets to your tracking, we immediately pitch up to an attitude where we can reacquire John with the radar, verifying our range rate. Now, if our range rate is within reason, and it's a very accurate depiction of how our burn really went, accurate within 5 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot per second. If we overburn by 12 feet per second, we'll be seeing a range rate that depicts just about 84, 86 feet per second out of that burn, which is about 12 feet per second too much. So what we're going to do is look at John with our radar immediately after the burn to make sure that we've got a chart here type of thing that tells us whether we're in an abort area, tells us what kind of parasynthion we have, and tells us what kind of range rate we should have. John, by the same token, is using his VHF ranging to confirm the same answers. So as soon as we get a pings and an AGS saying, hey, you burned 72 feet per second, and our radar says, hey, you guys are about 69 or 70 feet per second opening, and John says, hey, your range and your range rate looks good from here, we're satisfied, and the computer tells us we're going to hit a perigee of about 8.8 miles is what it's going to amount to be. We're satisfied that we're in pretty good shape.
Now, the problem with the MASCONs is we can only chart them on the front side. We haven't charted them on the back side because the orbiter could only be charted or ranged, tracked on the side that could be seen from Earth. This new computer program, this new lunar model, what happens when you burn on the other side of the moon and MASCONs that you don't know about change the orbit, change it in real time, notwithstanding any errors due to long time, burn time, or short burn time, but the moon itself is doing the orbit changing. How much of an error can we, or can be allowed? Much and how quick a response time do you have, or do you have, to respond to this and say, no, we're going to impact, we have to abort?
If you look at the data from the previous lunar orbit mission, you can see that for each revolution, perigee got lower and apogee went up. It was a conservation of energy, but the lunar mass torqued it in its nature. So basically, all we would consider would be, say at the most, 1 mile. That would really be horrible. I don't think it's going to be near that much. However, if you're talking about a landing, and what it could do to you on the landing, it could get you in a place where you'd have to abort. I think the major concern we would have would be an overburn of the guidance and navigation system, not of the lunar orbit getting us into any problems with what we're targeting.
Okay, thank you.
Roy. I'm sorry.
Two questions to Tom on the timeline. What is the total time from the time you start your descent till you rejoin the command module?
Pardon me, what?
What is the total time measured from the time you start your descent to the time you rejoin the command module?
Give me exact numbers. Undocking is 98:10. And that DOI burn that we're talking about...
Well, John does a SEP burn. Yeah.
Okay, well, John does a SEP burn at 98:35. And that big engine dips burn on the LEM is at 99:33. And if all goes well, we'll be docked at 106:20.
Did you say earlier, Tom, that your total time at minimum altitude was about 20 minutes?
Well, what we have is a period of approximately 800 seconds that we're checking the landing radar going across parallel. And then we pitch over, and when we cross the landing side, actually we're going up just slightly. We're taking a series of stereo pictures, but the total time that we're down within the 8 to, say, 12-mile bandwidth above the lunar surface there is going to be approximately 15 minutes. In fact, during that period of time, we're making some very rapid and precise maneuvers where we roll over, pitch to a precise altitude for a while to check one of the radar beams, pitch to another one, hold that, then pitch over, hold it, and then go to our burn maneuver.
The thing about that area, that's one of the most interesting areas, but it's also, as a result, one of the areas that your hands are the most full.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, 1 hour 26 minutes and counting. We are proceeding with the Apollo 10 countdown at this time. The closeout crew at the 320-foot level now have essentially completed their work, and they're about to secure the white room, the arm that attaches to the spacecraft hatch itself. They begin to break up the white room and preparations for their departure, and also preparations a little later for retracting the complete swing arm number 9, to a standby position. We're a good bit ahead in the countdown as far as these preparations are concerned, probably in the area some 20 minutes ago or so. We anticipate that the closeout crew will be ready to depart in about 10 minutes from this time. A spacecraft test conductor made another check with Houston flight, just on a contingency basis, this time in the countdown to check the flight azimuth. Since we're still on the same launch time as planned, the flight azimuth of 72 degrees is already aboard the spacecraft computer, and no changes are required. This is strictly for contingency purposes in case the window changed or we were launching a little later than the planned liftoff time. All still going well at this time, 1 hour 24 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
Two questions. One, just so we can get it straight now, who's got what in terms of flu, or is Dr. Berry calling it a common cold, or what have you? And the second question is, just back to this sequence coming down, where is it that you stage and get ready your descent and start using the apps? And do you fire the apps just once, or what?
John, you take care of the codes.
You know, while you're talking about the codes, would it help to just draw that real quick on the board? We don't have a chart, but it would take 1 second to draw a big loop and show you exactly where these things might occur. Would it? Go ahead.
Why don't you answer the codes?
Oh, who's got a cold, John?
Yeah, John. Dr. Young.
Gene has the flu, and Tom has the flu, and I felt pretty good until I started looking at that.
This is usually we try to keep the press away from the crew tonight.
Keep the crew away from the press.
Yeah, because I think too much of you people. You need to be healthy.
This is a CSM. I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but I think it'll give you a better idea. What we effectively do is come down around here, this being 10 miles.
Call it 8 miles.
Call it 8 miles. You come around here and go over the top of them. God, I hope it's not like that.
We're only pulling 10 G's on that.
And come back up in here. Okay, now that phase and burn, this doesn't go straight up like that, but this phase and burn, our DOI burn is, on scale, is very close. It's right up here. DOI burn would be right here. Our phasing burn, as we're coming across the landing site to do our landing radar test, and we're pitching over our closest point to the Earth is right here, and we're doing a phasing burn sort of on our way up. So phasing burn is right here. And then we'll come about 200 miles over the top of John, and now we're back around that 8 mile area, and we come in and we do this insertion burn.
So is that the second time of the app?
First.
Now,
First the dips.
this is a dips burn, this phasing is a dips burn. We come in about here and we stage. 10 minutes later we do our apps retrograde insertion burn. And then from there on, actually, it starts on up. It goes up into the rendezvous, but we do a CSI burn here, and this is insertion, and this is staging right here. And then there's a couple more rendezvous burns that take us on up. But see, at this point and at that point, we're at 8 miles. So it's not the clearest
diagram, but it gives a better feel for why or how many times we come down to the 8 mile point.
Gene, I'd like to bring out a point. One thing a lot of us have strived on for a couple of years is to make everything about rendezvous as simple as possible, including the aborts in the lunar mission. And what we're doing here is a little different type of rendezvous than was ever done before. We've worked out this technique so if the limb goes down and aborts, it no longer comes in from above and ahead. We've worked out a simplified procedure where the limb will always come in and rendezvous from below and behind on a standard transfer procedure. And with that, we've made the CSI a little different. We've torqued the orbit around a little bit, but it isn't obvious here, but it's taken us about 6 months. But this is a simplified method of approaching rendezvous so that any of the lunar landing crews, or even if we have to abort coming down to phasing, we'll come right around with the CSI above, CDH's retrograde into a rendezvous from below. So this is a new kind of a simplified approach.
All right, right here, Al Rossiter.
If you do get the color TV camera, what is the total TV time you hope to get in lunar orbit?
Total TV time in lunar orbit? Well, we're working on the TV plan this week and should have it finalized. But what we plan to do at least is to have it just more of I hate to coin the phrase, this candid camera, but we have the bandwidth we can use, and say, for instance, while John is doing the landmark tracking, I'm coordinated within the vehicle. Gene can have a TV camera on showing the lunar landscape around there. We also hope that we can show you an Earth set one time in real color and some station keeping around the moon. But as far as the total time, I don't think we have that worked out. Several hours.
How many cameras will you have, all told?
How many?
Do you have a black and white camera or two?
Well, the present plan has a black and white camera, an improved version of what was flown before, plus a color TV, but because of weight limitations, one of them may be taken off.
Doug.
Got a couple here. When you dock with the LEM, do you open up the hatch and put the plugs in for power at that time, or will you wait till you get to the lunar orbit?
You open up the hatch as soon as you can. After you pressurize the LEM, you take the hatch out, check the probe, check the latches, and put the plugs together.
But there'll be no human transfer at that time, not until you get to orbit?
Not until lunar orbit.
And who will perform the docking maneuver on rendezvous after you come out of lunar orbit?
Well, we've ascertained that the ascent stage is light, and Apollo 9 proved that you can fly a docking maneuver. But we've also ascertained it's lots better for the command module to make the final docking maneuver. So we come to rendezvous, we will brake using the minus Z thrusters, then we'll pitch over 90 degrees, Gino, myself, and the LEM. John will take the command module roll and dock. So John will make the dock. Well, that's correct. And also, he's got a vehicle that handles better at that weight by far than we can. He can do it more accurate than we can.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 16 minutes and counting. We are go on the countdown for the Apollo 10 lunar mission at this time. Astronaut Tom Stafford, the spacecraft commander, in the spacecraft going through some checks with the spacecraft test conductor of the stabilization and control system of the spacecraft at this time. All the propellants are aboard the three-stage Saturn V launch vehicle, and all looks well at this time. We are go at T-minus 1 hour, 15 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
All right, in Houston there were some questions. Let's pick those up now.
For Tom, could you tell us a little bit how this color TV came to be on this flight, or the idea for having color TV came to be on this flight? And also, could you go over once more exactly what TV cameras you've got aboard now, what you may have aboard? You mentioned something about weight limitations.
Well, the desire to have the color TV on this mission has been, let's say, the desire has been expressed by the crew for a series of months, and taken appropriate action to see that we could come up with a device that was feasible. And the electronic R&D section at Houston has coordinated this total effort. We think that it should be fairly good with respect to a new improved monitor system we have on it that nobody's approached before. And so we can actually ascertain what is the picture that we're sending down to the ground on board, instead of using a ring sight or just holding it bore sight. Now, again, I've got a cold, so you'll have to repeat the last part.
Could you go over the TV cameras that you will have on board and any that might be scrubbed because of weight? And also, you mentioned the monitor. I understand there's some consideration being given to the possibility you might try to, or John might try to fly the rendezvous using the monitor to fly it rather than sitting up in the command pilot seat. Is that right?
John, answer that. No.
It's a good rumor. That's all it is, hopefully.
Well, we have the present Apollo TV camera in a storage location in A7, and again, right now, I guess with respect to the total storage list, both cameras are presently planned to be on board. Again, we have to look approximately May the 1st when you see a final demonstration end-to-end with respect to this color camera.
One point on color television. In August of 1965, MSC went out with a request for proposals for color television, onboard color television capability, and explored the whole gamut pretty thoroughly. And then it got into QuickTime re-exploration in the last few months, as you mentioned. Back to Houston.
Where will you be over the moon at the closest approach to the moon?
You're talking about a latitude?
Or a landmark, yeah.
Well, probably the closest point will be close to Site 1, since we're going for Site 2, which is 24 degrees east. And we'll be taking pictures of that, and we'll be checking the landing radar over in the vicinity of Site 1.
Since the Surveyor 5 is close to that Sinus Medea area, or the Site 3 area, is there any possibility at all that you can see that from lunar orbit?
We're not going to be over Site, let's see, we'll be over Site 2 there, right, at 50,000 feet, and then John is going to take a look at it with his optics on both Site 2 and Site 3 when there's a surveyor over in Site 3. So, John, you can...
We're going to be looking for it, Jim. I don't know if we'll see it. Sun glint, you might pick it up.
Two questions about the men. One is, would you compare the training schedule for this mission with the training schedule for Apollo 7?
Is it heavier or lighter, and is it tapering off more or about the same?
There is no comparison.
Which way? Which way?
I would say it's about, total involved details is about 3.5 to 4 times as much. Yeah. You have a rendezvous with different phasing maneuvers. You have the total of different type of situation, flying a total mass of 2 vehicles hooked together, then 1 vehicle with a heavy mass, then a lightweight vehicle, then a docking with 2 different types, and where it was basically a systems test on Apollo 7 and engine burns and some DTOs. Well, this is completely different. This flight is more like in the same context of the latter Gemini missions.
Are you spending more time on the training than you were on Apollo 7?
That's correct.
We're also making good use, of course, of the training we had on Apollo 7. We had between the 3 of us, I guess somewhere around 1,000 hours in different simulators training for Apollo 7, which has turned out to be very good simulator time for us because it was all command module simulator time at that time.
There's another point. We have to train for a contingency EVA in case we can't get docked. And this has taken a considerable amount of time. And again, we didn't have this to contend with back on Apollo 7 where you didn't have to plan and train for an EVA series. And just the total stowage and the different camera setups, the computer programs on 2 vehicles, and is basically flying 2 vehicles and training for that.
There's been some criticism of the training program as being too heavy, and this may have contributed to some of the colds. I guess you've heard that talk. What do you think of this training schedule then?
You've got a job to do. You know the approximate time it's going to take you to get ready to do the job, so you want to do it the best way you know how. And I guess if we were launching the 18th of April, we'd probably be ready. And if we were launching the 18th of June, we'd probably have the same training schedule and maybe be a month better trained. You know, if you get a job, you get a reasonable time in which to do it in, and you say you can do it, and you do your best to do your best. And
well, I think that we are well ahead of the schedule, starting some advanced planning a long time ago on it. In fact, we've already completed 9 simulations with Houston, MCC Houston. However, the big thing that gets to you is the 2-month launch center. Is all I can say. It's a real bear. You get the job done, but it's rough. If they lengthen out the launch centers, this would be the big relief with respect to the training program.
We've taken everything we can from Apollo 7, 8, and 9, and it's all been a great help in terms of their problems, everything we learned from the spacecraft and the vehicle. But you're still going to burn a certain amount of midnight oil getting ready, and there's not going to be as much as we'd like to get everything done ahead of time, and we are. The simulators are operating probably a little bit better, and we're all a lot smarter. That last week is not going to be, a 2-hour-a-day picnic. You're just going to be plodding along to get ready to do the job come the 18th of May.
Apollo, Saturn launch control, T-minus 1 hour, 6 minutes and counting. Still aiming toward our planned liftoff at 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. All aspects of the countdown, both with the Saturn V launch vehicle, the Apollo spacecraft, and the Lunar module, all are go at this time. The closeout crew, which has been up at the 320-foot level at the end of the swing arm number 9, working with the Apollo 10 crew in the spacecraft, now is departing the area. Once the crew has left, this will permit us to go into preparations to move the swing arm away from the spacecraft hatch. We move the swing arm 12 degrees from the hatch in a parked position where it remains till the T-minus 5 minute mark in the count, when it comes all the way back to its fallback position of about 60 feet. The purpose, of course, is in the event of an emergency, we could bring that swing arm back in a hurry, and the astronauts could egress. They have a high-speed elevator that's locked at the 320-foot level, standing by in case of such an emergency. This elevator is operated by Jack Lausma, the capsule communicator, the astronaut capsule communicator here in the firing room. We are still go, 1 hour, 4 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
Can you say what, if any, changes were made in the spacecraft hardware, scheduling, or procedures as a result of Apollo 9?
I can't think of any.
You got leadership range.
But that was John, what about the command module?
I don't think there were any major LEM changes that I can think of offhand that are a direct result of LEM 3 or Apollo 9. There were some changes that were planned and programmed and built into LEM 4 prior to LEM's 3 flight, just as there are into LEM 5 prior to LEM's 4 flight. Now, hopefully we will not find out anything that's going to change that for LEM 5, as 3 did not after their flight.
There's a couple of minor items in storage, but as far as major spacecraft modifications, I can't think of any.
I can't think of any either. All the changes that we made have been a result of tests, and were all known about either before Apollo 9 went or during the time that they flew. They're all to improve the reliability of the equipment.
Well, are you allowing more time to suit up, or some of these other type problems that came up in Apollo 9 as a result?
Well, we've worked a long time to design our LEM activation and checkout to a very streamlined area, and we did learn a lot from Apollo 9, so we are taking advantage of the knowledge they had and how they ran into certain difficulties in the timeline. So we certainly are using their knowledge.
During your 60 hours in moon orbit, will all 3 members of the crew be asleep at the same time?
That is correct, Trent.
During Apollo 9, we had a considerable amount of comment from the crew on the drinking water aboard the command module and the lunar module, and I wonder if there have been any changes in the water aboard, specifically the command module.
We're going to take a bag and put water in it and twirl it around and let the hydrogen or whatever gas is in there get out of it before we drink it.
It's called a poor man's centrifuge.
Couple of questions here. One, about multispectral photography. Is there going to be anything about this on 10? And also, I know on Apollo 9 you used Cum Drop and Spider with a CM and the LEM, and now you're using Charlie Brown and Snoopy. What about if you're going to be using the PLIS? We haven't, I came in late, I didn't hear much about that. Is there any use of the PLIS this time, and if so, what's the code word for that going to be?
You'll have to wait and find that out in real time. The PLIS is only there as a contingency transfer item, and so it'll probably be aptly named in real time.
What about suit hardware? Is it basically the same this flight as it was on 9?
That's correct. It's identical to 9.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're coming up on 60 minutes and counting. Mark, T-minus 60 minutes and counting. T-minus 60. We are proceeding at this time. The 363-foot Apollo Saturn V space vehicle is go, as are the tracking elements, weather, all conditions ready for a launch at 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At this point in the countdown, we're beginning some final telemetry checks, and we're bringing up the various radio frequencies concerned with the launch vehicle. These include 2 key tracking beacons located in the instrument unit, which gives us back tracking information during the powered phase of flight. All still well with the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan aboard the spacecraft at the 320-foot level. This is Launch Control.
Tom, are any of the MASCON areas in or near any of the landing sites?
Oh. As far as, you mean as far as the maximum density areas?
The mass concentration areas that were identified by the JPL people after they looked at the orbiter photos.
Right. Again, for the exact details on that, Jim, I think you'd have to refer to the mass physics branch in Houston. Pardon me, I still have my cold. And the whole thing is the fact that since we'll have the exact same trajectory as Apollo 11, the density of the MASCONs will affect us in the same way. But as far as what you consider a dense area and a non-dense area right now, I couldn't give you an answer on that.
I might say, Jim.
One other thing, and I don't mean this to be provincial, but are you as susceptible to colds and flu here in Houston as you are in Florida?
Just answer the question.
I think past experience has shown that we're susceptible any place to flu and cold. So.
Well, do you attribute these to being as susceptible to colds and flu to your work schedule?
Jim, I think we're more susceptible in Florida because we're never in Houston. And I mean that sincerely. We're spending so little time there, there's really not a chance to catch a cold. I think it's just a case of air-conditioned, hot weather, that type of thing that may get to you after a while.
In fairness to Florida, Jim, I think, for instance, today was a very pretty day. It was about 45, rained a while.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, 56 minutes and counting, 56, and we're proceeding satisfactorily. Weather conditions still go for a launch attempt at this time. All still well with the crew in the spacecraft. We're going through some telemetry checks with the launch vehicle. We've also taken a look at that RP-1 fuel in the first stage that's been in there for a little while. We've checked its status, and the status is reported back as good. We're proceeding 55 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. We'll be prepared within a matter of minutes to bring the swing arm back from the spacecraft at the 320-foot level. This is the top swing arm, Apollo access arm, identified as swing arm number 9. It will be retracted initially to a park position some 12 degrees from the spacecraft. This is about 5 feet. It will remain in that position till the 5-minute mark in the count, when it will be brought to its complete fallback position some 60 feet from the spacecraft. Coming up on 55 minutes, this is launch control.
How much did the Chamber of Commerce pay you for that spot, Paul?
Marvin Hurley takes care of it.
Seriously. For any or all of the crewmen, did this change to Site 2 have any impact on your training schedule? Had you already started training for landmarks for Site 1, and did you have to switch? And also, could you talk a little bit about why the change to 2, both for your mission and for 11? We got rave reviews from Jim Lovell after 8 about Site 1.
We think Site 2 is the best site from the standpoint of probably recovery, and from the standpoint of geologic interest, which I'm certainly not qualified to say, but it didn't take any great amount of retraining to retrain for our control points and retrain for our landing sites. We already had those packets made up, and I think we're pretty familiar with them. I don't anticipate any problems in tracking landing site 2. We are actually getting landing sites 1, 2, and 3, and we intend to look them over very carefully.
Okay, let's come back to good old sunny Florida. Jules, we get down in front here.
John, is your flight plan far enough along so you have at least a rough hack on when your TV times will be in the flight in GETs, and how many times total there might be, without going into the total length of time?
Well, we're looking forward to a possibility of possibly showing a transposition and docking after TLI. We don't know yet. Depends on the coverage. Well, I think we have a plan for at least one time each day going out for a short period of time. There may be a possibility of station keeping in lunar orbit. After that, we'll have a series of passes in lunar orbit. But again, as of this minute, we don't have the total time worked out, Jules. Also coming back is looking at both the Earth and the Moon, and the way we're going to do a passive thermal control mode. It'll be very advantageous, again, just it falls out of that, to take a look at both bodies.
I'm not interested in total time so much as you have GET times each day when this might be, as yet.
Well, this should be worked out by the end of this week or early next week.
A couple questions. What did they do to the landing radar? I understand they adjusted it so that you could get a special test out of this. And then I was also interested in, during the LEM maneuvers and the descent, how much of that time will John be able to see y'all?
Well, landing radar was basically adapted to give us a return worthy of analyzation at this 50,000-foot level. And basically that's what it is. We're turning it on during the descent engine burns to check its thermal characteristics, and of course then we're performing the special attitude maneuvers as we go over the pericynthian and landing areas to get the radar velocity and altitude returns for short periods of seconds.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 50 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. All still going well with the countdown at this time. Here in the firing room, the launch team gearing up for two key tests at this time. One, a check of the range safety command destruct system aboard the Saturn V launch vehicle. The other, some attitude command checks to assure that the engines will swivel in response to commands from the guidance system during flight. The astronauts in the spacecraft are still busy with some of their final preparations at this time, and all is proceeding satisfactorily. T-minus 50 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. This is Launch Control.
And I'm sorry, Mary, what was it?
And how much of the time
will John be able to see?
Able to see you, say, visually and also on radar?
Well, the radar is supposed to have capability out to about, well, over 300 miles. Visually, the tracking light has a spec visibility of 400 miles. And in sun glint, I guess on Apollo 9, they saw the Ascent stage out at 1,000 miles. So, of course, I expect to be able to see him the whole way.
Right. What more will you be able to see on this mission? How much better resolution will you have than was photographed by Apollo 8? And what, in your opinion, would be the most important photography that you hope to accomplish?
I would guess the main thing that we can see is the difference in resolution between 8 miles and 60 miles. There's a considerable difference there. And we are going to be able to take stereo photos with the Hasselblad camera of the landing site. High-resolution stereo photos plus a real-time sequence strip, so we can bring this back and show it to the crews approximately how the total terrain moves at you and what to look at as terrain during the descent approach into it. We'll also take a series of obliques at different areas around in the Highlands area where they're talking about looking at future missions for the landing missions. But the main thing is for us to really wire down the landing site in stereo.
Roy, we've seen some oblique shots approaching landing sites that were taken from Orbiter, for instance. These oblique shots are tremendous because they show you exactly what you are going to see. And if we can take a set of oblique shots approaching the landing site such that the G crew will have the feeling after studying these sites that they have been there before, it's familiar terrain, they know what they're seeing, and again, they'll certainly be able to recognize particular altitudes. This is what we're hoping to get to a great extent from some of these oblique Hasselblad and 16 millimeter shots. And it's not so much as to whether you can see this big of a boulder, a 25-foot boulder, straight down. If that boulder isn't in relationship to something with a horizon and with some particular landmarks, it's not that valid. Plus, I really fully expect, although we'll be going over the area a great deal faster than you could in an airplane at 40,000 feet or 50,000 feet. We've all been in airplanes, or most of us, most of us, we all have, and I assume most of you have, at least at 30 or 40,000 feet. Imagine yourself looking at some pretty big holes, some pretty big rocks, and some pretty big craters. And that's the altitude. What you see, the roads and the houses and the things you see at 40,000 feet is the same type of resolution we fully expect to have. The one big problem is there's little or no reference from which to judge size. We can look down here and know that that 4-lane highway is so wide, or that bridge is so long, or that house is so big. On the lunar surface, you don't have that one reference point.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at 46 minutes and counting. T-minus 46 and counting. All still proceeding very satisfactorily with a countdown of the Saturn V Apollo space vehicle. The swing arm number 9 now has been retracted to the 12-degree position. This is a position some 5 feet away from the spacecraft. Once this was accomplished, we then proceeded to arm the pyrotechnics, the buses for the pyrotechnics aboard the spacecraft, particularly the launch escape tower. From here on down during the count, if an emergency was so critical that it would be necessary, the astronauts could activate that escape tower now that the swing arm has been removed away from it. The range safety command checks are still continuing at this time. All is going well. Still aiming toward our planned liftoff time, 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is Launch Control.
This resolution that you're talking about, then a fair parallel from our standpoint in reporting what you'll be photographing would be roughly that of a high-flying commercial jet as you've described it.
I think so.
You expect to be able to extrapolate this after the fact so that you can pin down the actual sizes of these objects? About what would you say the resolution would be? What do you expect would be the smallest object that you could make out after the fact?
Well, we're looking at the 18-millimeter lens on a sequence camera is probably pulling in a 25-foot boulder, and the 75-millimeter lens on the sequence camera, and we're not sure that it's really a value to carry because obliquely it doesn't give you anything. The field of view is too small. But if you pointed it straight down over the landing site, you'd probably recover a 5-foot boulder, resolution-wise.
We're talking about through the optics in the command module with our 28 power scope of resolution of objects 25 to 35 feet across.
And that's from 60 miles.
From 60 miles.
The flight plan of Apollo 10, as you described it, is an exact duplicate at the 8 to 12 mile altitude of the flight path over the lunar surface of Mission G. This will give you the precise tracking data as to what the surface is doing to the orbit for that descent to the surface itself. What kind of plug-in and what would happen if the worst possible case were to be realized? What would happen to the now planned liftoff and landing of Apollo 11 from the results of Apollo 10?
Well, I guess that's the major reason we're flying Apollo 10. One of the major reasons, with the total correlation of data, after we get back, we're going to accurately determine exactly the potential we're dealing with. And so they'll know what they can anticipate and how to target that descent maneuver.
Will you be able to change the computer programs both at Houston and in the spacecraft, though?
They're looking at doing just that.
Doing that in real time.
You have this new R2 model. Would you have an R3 or an R4 based on the updates from Apollo 10?
Well, I think you can take the R2 model and what we've determined, know how to anticipate the way that the arrows grow and how you're perturbed and compensate for this. I think it'd be too late to change the basic model, but like John said, they're making going to have some real-time updates and everything to the model.
Now, all this tracking is from John doing the tracking and you doing the tracking of John. The ground has very little to do with this tracking.
No, the ground is tracking us as we come across the surface, and they know how high we are with respect to any point, and they have a couple of ways of verifying it. And what we're doing is verifying our altitude and verifying the location of tracked landmarks on the surface. Kind them down, really. It's a sort of an airborne surveying job.
It's a combination of both tracking modes, though, is it?
The ground is very essential to the determination of this whole business. The ground tracking us and us determining our altitude and the location of the landmarks that we track are just tied right together.
There's some more questions in Houston. Let's go back here.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 41 minutes and counting, T-minus 41, all going well. A little quieter from the spacecraft now. The astronauts are still busy, but they're not sending back as many reports as they had up to about 10 minutes ago. The countdown is still proceeding very satisfactorily at this time. Coming up in about 5 minutes will be a key test of the launch vehicle, a power transfer, where we will switch from external power to the flight batteries aboard the 3 stages and instrument unit of the Saturn V to assure ourselves that they will operate properly when called on during the flight. Over the final portion of the countdown, that swing arm number 9 will come back to its fully retracted position at 5 minutes in the count. We'll go on an automatic sequencer at 3 minutes and 6 seconds in the countdown. From that point on down, all activities during these final moments of the countdown will be automatic, run by the ground-based master computer here in the control center. If anything does go wrong, the computer will automatically shut down and stop the count. We'll go into a hold under those conditions. Once the automatic sequence does occur, we will begin to pressurize the various tanks in the 3 stages of the Saturn V. We'll go on a transfer to internal power with the launch vehicle at the 50-second mark. The 5 engines in the first stage will ignite at 8.9 seconds. We'll have all engines running at 2 seconds in the count and should get liftoff at 0. Still aiming toward planned liftoff 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is Launch Control.
You gentlemen are all veterans in space. This is the first time in the Apollo program that we haven't had at least one rookie. And I wonder if you could choose any one of the group to be spokesman for the group and give us your opinion, as you have discussed it with yourselves, of the importance to you as an American of this particular mission in the Apollo program and, for that matter, the entire Apollo program.
Well, instead of having one spokesman, let's make it a real fast threesome. How about that? Okay, this was envisioned a long time ago as being able to pull together all of the unknown eras that we have. And you have them on the command module and the LEM. And John can give you a real quick one with respect to the command module and how this dovetails in the total program.
Well, I think our ability to determine where we are in lunar orbit is absolutely vital to being able to land on the moon. Our ability to predict our lunar orbit. I don't think you could really, I don't think you'd care to do mission G without having done mission F. And you'd also like to know how the lunar module performs in its lunar environment. The thermal people are pretty interested in that. And there are other reasons, consumables and several others. But I think one of the major ones is this problem with the lunar potential.
Well, I guess there's a million reasons why you could say F mission is essential. Other than the fact, to me, it just makes logical, good test pilot sense. When you talk about going someplace that is still as far-reaching as the moon, with a vehicle that you've only put in space for a few short days, that you want to put it in its environment and operate it in its environment. I might add, you said that we were experienced. We like to think we're experienced. We hope, fortunately, that we have the hardware to go with that experience come the 18th of May, because that's a great part of every flight. And we're looking forward to some great hardware. It's been that way in the past. We feel that, almost any crew you have in our group, we feel if you give enough time, you give it proper hardware, they can fly any mission that's assigned to them. I think that's been shown in the past, and this happens to be ours. And if for no other reason alone, that's why we think it's important.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 36 minutes and counting, T-minus 36, all still going well with the command module, service module, lunar module for the flight, as well as the 3 stages of the Saturn V launch vehicle. We are go for the mission at this time. The following are some of the highlights that have occurred since last evening. We went into a built-in hold at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time yesterday afternoon. Following the start of the built-in hold, we did move the 9.8 million pound mobile service structure from the pad. The service structure was moved to its fallback position, which is some 17,000 feet away from pad B. Astronauts Don Isley and Joe Engel boarded the Apollo 10 spacecraft last evening to go through some switch list checks to assure that all would be ready for the countdown when it was picked up today. We picked up our countdown at T-minus 9 hours and counting at 2:49 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time this morning. We're a little late starting our propellant loading because of some minor problems at the launch pad concerned with ground support equipment. However, we then did proceed into our propellant load and loaded a little more than 750,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen aboard the vehicle. We were then ready by the time we resumed our countdown at 3 hours and 30 minutes to have a full propellant supply aboard. The Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, were awakened this morning, with Stafford and Young being awakened at 7:34 a.m. Their teammate, Gene Cernan, got up a little earlier. He was awakened at 6:50 a.m. They had breakfast with some 10 of their colleagues, donned their suits, and then came to the pad. They were declared physically fit during a brief examination by Drs. John Teagan and Dr. Alan Harder before coming to the launch pad. The breakfast menu included the normal astronaut fare of steak and eggs with coffee, orange juice. The crew came aboard the spacecraft with the commander first at 10:06 a.m. He was followed by the lunar module pilot, Gene Cernan, who sits in the right-hand seat at 10:11 a.m., and finally John Young, the man in the middle seat, the command module pilot, at 10:16. Since the crew has come aboard, we've really been ahead in the countdown. Since that time, all has gone well. We're proceeding at this time. We have just satisfactorily completed our power transfer with the launch vehicle. Tom Stafford aboard the spacecraft, giving some readouts back to test conductor Skip Chauvin at this time. All aspects of the mission, including weather, go as we approach the 33-minute mark in the count. Now, 33 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
During Apollo 9, or before Apollo 9, there were certain areas in the flight plan that were identified by the crew as being so dense that there was a high degree of probability that things would have to be omitted or postponed. And in fact, there were some areas in that timeline where that happened. Can you identify any similar areas in your timeline, or has it been planned to be a little less dense?
We're talking about the critical areas in the timeline. Again, we've gone through this on the simulator. We've taken all the lessons we can from Apollo 9, and this has been one of our big areas of work and training for the mission, is to have a simplified, streamlined checkout program and integrate the total lunar operations plan together. In fact, the 11 crew is depending upon us to do this for them, for all the orbit operations. And we think that we have the right answer, and we think that we hope to be running approximately 45 minutes ahead of schedule when it comes to the undocking. So, but this has come after a period of 5 or 6 months of solid work.
This finishes off questions from Houston now.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 30 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. We are proceeding at this time and aiming toward our planned liftoff 49 minutes after the hour. Coming up shortly, the Apollo 10 lunar module will go on internal power. This is on the power of 2 batteries in the ascent stage and 4 batteries in the descent stage. Most of the preparation work in the lunar module had been taken care of before we get into the final count, but it will go internal shortly. For a status report on operations at the Mission Control Center, we will now switch to Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston. The prime team of flight controllers headed by Glenn Lenny is on station, prepared to support this mission. The Manned Spaceflight Network reports it is green, ready to support the mission. One minor problem with the telemetry computer at Carnarvon, but it will not hold the mission up. There is a backup computer there. Recovery forces report all on station. Among those in the viewing room here at the control center are Senator and Mrs. Barry Goldwater. We have 3 astronauts at the Capcom console: Charlie Duke, Bruce McCandless, and the backup spacecraft commander for Apollo 10, Gordon Cooper. Taped to the Capcom console are 2 dolls, one Charlie Brown, one Snoopy, replete with spacesuit. This is Mission Control Houston.
Phil? If I understood Gene Cernan correctly on that last response about the necessity for the mission F before the mission G, you said somewhere in there that you hoped that you would have the machinery or the hardware ready by the 18th of May. Do you have any misgivings about the machinery or hardware, and what was the significance of that remark?
No, you totally misinterpreted. I did not say ready. I said I hope we have the hardware, because no matter how much experience and training you put into a flight, if you don't get into orbit, the spacecraft doesn't help you much, and if you don't get to the moon, the LEM's not going to help us much. What I'm saying is our whole flight is contingent upon the S1C, the S2, the S4B, command service module and the LEM, and all parts of them, and probably in that order, to be able to do the job that we're training for. So I didn't, if I said ready, I'm sorry, I didn't mean ready. All I meant was you can only do the job that you're trained for if the hardware performs and stays with you the whole time. We're expecting it to. It has on 7, 8, and 9, and we have no reason to believe it won't. But, you know, you're just like anything else. Everyone waits for that SPS engine to light off when you come from behind the moon. Well, we'll be waiting for it, too, although it's lit off many, many times already, and we know it'll light off again. It's just that type of expectancy.
I think what Gene is probably remembering back to, Bill, is in the latter Gemini program, you know, where we did have a few mechanical failures, and even though we did carry out the majority of the mission as a success, it did limit us in what we could do. We've been very fortunate on this program.
Sanders?
Somewhat in the same vein, when we came up on Apollo 9, we found there were some open ends with the Saturn V right up till about the day before. Are there any such open ends now that, you know, you're worried about or concerned that are being worked, like oscillations that you want to talk about?
Well, if there isn't, it'll be the first time for a launch we've ever seen this.
5 open ends we hope to see are on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's right in a second.
Have there been any changes made in the LEM mission simulator here as far as updating for this mission? For example, in the 3-dimensional model of the lunar surface, is that Site 2? And in the film strip presentations, has that also been updated with latest orbiter information?
We do have a film presentation that's vastly improved over what's been in the LEM mission simulator before, and the actual landing site is just being put into place at this time, but we have not seen it.
Thank you, Roy.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 26 minutes and counting. All aspects of the countdown for the Apollo 10 lunar mission are go at this time. At this point in the count, the astronauts in the spacecraft have completed the pressurization of the reaction control system for the service module. These are those four thrusters, those four quad thrusters around the service module, 100-pound thrust each, which are used for maneuvers once the astronauts have separated from the launch vehicle and are on their way to the moon. In addition to this, astronaut Tom Stafford is getting a new setting for his altimeter in the spacecraft. He uses this to change different abort modes during the powered phase of flight. The new settings given to him from Houston flight via the spacecraft test conductor here. Vice President Agnew has arrived at the control center. He has been here for some 25 minutes at this time, and he is viewing the operations from a room adjacent to firing room 3, from where the overall countdown is being handled. We're at 24 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
Leaving the hardware and the flight plan out of this question, you're about to go on what amounts to a full dress rehearsal for a flight to the moon, a landing flight to the moon. And I wonder what your personal thoughts are about that mission at this time.
Well, at least mine, Roy, I've been working so long and so hard that just like, again, on most of the Gemini flights, the real great pleasure was after you got there because you'd worked so hard going before. You didn't really think too much about it. We feel it's a very important part to finish the total goal that President Kennedy laid out for us quite a while ago. John?
We know we've been waiting on this for about 3 years. We're ready.
During Apollo 8, I used to look up at the moon and I ask myself or tell myself the same thing you probably did is, I can't really believe it's happening. And now I look up there and I can't really believe it's going to happen. But I know it is because we're working towards it.
Yes, right there.
I'd like to return one more time to this potential of the moon, as John, as you talk about it. 10 is, as I understand it now, 10 is vital to tell us what the moon does. You're going to be predicting, both on the ground and in the spacecraft, where the two vehicles are going to be, comparing where they are with where they're supposed to be, and then can you get back, look at all this data, and say, well, the moon, as we know it now, is safe enough so we can land 11 the way we had planned to land it, or you will change the landing profile. Is this right? What happened? All right.
Well, I think that's correct. But basically, we say that the moon is safe enough to land now. The main thing is we do not accurately know all the data and the correlation that goes into our targeting for the descent and the landing. And from 10, we hope to bring back an accurate data so they'll know how to exactly target that DOI burn and for the landing site coordinates.
If this R2 model is as accurate as everybody thinks it is, landing on the moon won't be targeting will be possible. It'll be fairly precise, and all we're going to do is we're going to validate that model.
Oh, as a good example, right now it appears that we may be off as much as 4,500 feet in altitude. And the altitude is a critical one, and all the landing radar can pull in is 7,000 feet. Again, if you have any other errors, girl, what you've done is set up an abort.
See, if you had a descent engine that had an infinite burn time, or an hour burn time, where you could play around and say, oh, really, gee, we're not as close to the surface as we should have been. We shouldn't have lit the engine off as early as we should have. We should have coasted some more. And so you got lots of fuel and lots of time and lots of descent engine left, so you light it off and you come to a screeching halt sometime later down the line. You can't do it. The consumable and the weight margins on the LEM say, hey, babe, you better have lit the engine off at the right place because your margins for errors do not allow you to blankly coast into another gas station. You've got to be right the first time, and that's what we're trying to prove, so that when that descent engine is lit off for a real landing, that it's lit off at the right altitude, as for instance, in the right place in a state vector.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 21 minutes and counting. All still going well, aiming toward our planned liftoff at 49 minutes past the hour. We're making some final checks of the second stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle at this time, starting a chill-down sequence in which we introduce some cold helium into the engine chamber, the 5 engines in the second stage, to condition it for later during the powered flight when that extremely cold hydrogen and oxygen meets in the engine chambers. We condition them for these extremely low temperatures over the final portions of the countdown itself. As a matter of interest, the target of the Apollo astronauts, the moon, at launch time will be a distance of 218,528 miles. 218,528 nautical miles. We're coming up on T-minus 20 minutes and counting. All aspects of the mission go. This is launch control.
One more question. There was a JPL proposal to put a transponder in orbit, to take something on board on one of the Apollo flights 12 or something for applications and kick it out and let it sit there for a month and track it. When you leave the descent stage in orbit, the ascent stage is going into solar orbit, but the descent stage will be in lunar orbit. Will you leave a transponder turned on with battery power to track?
There's no transponder on the descent stage. It's all on the ascent stage.
The other thing here is one more point on your questions. It really isn't startling. We learned from Vanguard 2 that the Earth was oblate, slightly pear-shaped. And these things are, well, that's not a mascon, but they're similar. You learn about the body you're flying around. We learned in Gemini a tremendous amount about the atmosphere and its thickness, and enhanced the knowledge that we had previously. And this whole subject is going to be, as I said earlier and got cut off, going back to Houston, the subject of a special briefing probably next Monday by Johnny Mayer and the people in mission planning and analysis, whose job it is to plan all this good stuff in the software. And tentatively targeted for the afternoon. We'll have a good fix on it about Thursday. Jules?
Tom, I guess this is for all three of you. If your LEM 4 functions as flawlessly as LEM 3 did, does the landing on 11 then become a piece of cake? Are we ready for the landing on 11 in terms of LEM experience? Is that a normal risk hardened test pilots are willing to take, or is more LEM flying needed first?
If the systems on our lunar module number 4 appear to be as satisfactory as they were on 3, and again, we're going to prove out some worse thermal environments. Again, have the lunar module in the thermal environment and also the communications environment of the moon. And if we turn in from John's tracking and our own predictions in rendezvous that everything is go, I would say that LEM 5 is certainly adequate to land. However, being a piece of cake, I don't think that any new step is really a piece of cake.
I don't think it's going to be a piece of cake any more than going to the moon on Apollo 10 is a piece of cake because 8 went.
What I'm really asking then is, are we ready in terms of engineering to see LEM 5 land on the moon on Apollo 11 without a rescue mode, a backup mode, or without more LEM flying experience?
Yeah, I think if LEM 4 comes back as we expect it to, or certainly hope it will, performs the way we're planning it to, and performs a mission the way, let me put it this way, we've tried to design everything into the LEM orbital mission that we can to tell us everything we can possibly learn about the LEM and lunar environment. And if everything comes out on a plus side, or almost everything, there's lots of things you can discuss. I think LEM 5 is certainly capable of landing.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if this mission goes as good as you say, Jules, we'll take Apollo 11 up. And
that's right. We'd be glad to. We'd be.
Thanks. This is one of the.
We're not going to retire.
This, by the way, today we brought. That's sort of a close picture, and here's the first sample of our patch of Apollo 10. So we thought we'd just bring it along in case any of you are interested in taking a look at it. It sort of depicts what Apollo 10 is going to do anyway, is orbit the moon with a couple of vehicles.
It's a picture of Snoopy and Charlie Brown around the moon.
Here you go. How about it?
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 16 minutes and counting. T-minus 16, we are proceeding satisfactorily. Astronaut Tom Stafford in the Apollo 10 spacecraft has completed some final checks of the spacecraft stabilization and control system. Coming up in the next minute will be a series of busy checks on the part of the astronauts aboard the spacecraft. They'll update the spacecraft computer with some central timing feeds from Houston. The spacecraft will go on full internal power. Of course, the fuel cells that power the spacecraft have been up, but an external power source has been sharing the load. This external source will be removed and will be on full fuel cell power at the 15-minute mark. The astronauts also will switch their emergency detection system equipment to the automatic mode for abort purposes during the flight. The rotational hand controllers, both for Tom Stafford and John Young, will be armed. 15 minutes and counting. This is Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 11 minutes and counting, T-minus 11. All aspects still going well at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have just completed some special communications checks on what we call the Astrocom circuit. It's a special circuit which has the launch operations manager, spacecraft test conductor, and astronaut Jack Lausma, who has the call sign Stony, the capsule communicator here in the firing room. This is special communications that can be used particularly for abort contingencies. These are the only people on the circuit, and they have performed their final communications checks. At about 5 minutes, we'll go on the circuit and keep it up at that time. Mission Control Center in Houston also coming in shortly here with some communications checks. All aspects going well. We are proceeding. All aspects of the mission go coming up on the 10-minute mark in the count. This is Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 6 minutes, 43 seconds, and counting. Spacecraft test conductor Skip Chauvin has just completed a final status check of all personnel involved in the spacecraft countdown. He received goes from all participating, 3 particularly strong ones from the 3 astronauts aboard the Apollo 10 spacecraft. The countdown is still proceeding very satisfactorily at this time. We'll have final go-no-go checks from Launch Director, Houston Flight, and Mission Director coming up in about a minute or so. The weather is go, and the complete Saturn V space vehicle, to include the spacecraft and lunar module, appears to be ready for launch 49 minutes after the hour for the Apollo 10 lunar mission. We've now hit the 6-minute mark. All aspects of the mission go. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn launch control. T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting. The Apollo axis arm, swing arm number 9, now fully retracted to its fallback position, some 60 feet away from the spacecraft. At liftoff, we will have some 5 swing arms still attached. They will move back automatically at first motion, some 3/4 of an inch after the vehicle takes off. Astronaut Tom Stafford has completed his checks with the spacecraft test conductor. The mission director, George Hage, and the launch director, Rocco Petrone, have given a go for the flight, as has the range. We've now passed the 4-minute mark and proceeding satisfactorily. We are go. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn launch control. We've just passed the 3-minute mark. We've had the firing command. That's the signal that the automatic sequence is now in. And the remainder of the count will be handled by the master computer here in the firing room as various of events click off leading up to the ignition of the 5 engines in the first stage of the Saturn V at the 0, with liftoff at the 0 mark in the count. The actual ignition of those 5 engines will come at 8.9 seconds in the count. We'll have a report of all engines running at the 2-second mark. At that time, and over the next 2 seconds, those engines will be specially checked to assure that we have proper thrust. Once that occurs, we will get commit, meaning that the hold-down arms can release, and we will get liftoff of the Saturn V launch vehicle at about 7.5 million pounds of thrust. We're now coming up toward the 2-minute mark in the count. At this point, the tanks in the vehicle pressurized. 2 minutes and counting. Our status board indicates here in the control room that all aspects involved are ready. Tom Stafford has just reported back that they want to thank everybody for all the help. We're now at T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds, and counting. We'll go on internal power with the launch vehicle at the 50-second mark. At 17 seconds in the count, the guidance system goes internal. This is guidance reference release. We already have the proper flight azimuth in. Now 90 seconds and counting. Now 90 and counting. The astronauts have turned off their ground communication at this time. However, they are on VHF and, of course, the S-band circuits, as well as the special astronaut communication circuit. 1 minute, 12 seconds, and counting. The vehicle tanks beginning to pressurize at this time. Our status board indicates that the 3rd stage tanks are now pressurized. We're coming up on the 60-second mark. 60 seconds and counting. We are go for a mission to the moon at this time. The second stage tanks now pressurizing, and we're coming up on the power transfer. 50 seconds and counting. We have now switched to internal power satisfactorily on the batteries of the first stage, all three stages of the Saturn V vehicle. 40 seconds and counting. Tom Stafford making a final check of his computer. The vehicle, all stages pressurized at this time. We're waiting for the swing arms to come back. One should be coming back at this time, the second one at 17 seconds. Tom Stafford reports they are go. We're coming up on the 20-second mark. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. 17 seconds and counting. Guidance internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. Engines on. 5, 4, 3, 2. All engines running. Launch command. Liftoff. We have liftoff. 49 minutes past the hour. Staff report. Process started. The tower is clear.
Tom Stafford acknowledges the roll and pitch program with Apollo 10 on the proper.
Okay, pitch is tracking, looking good. Roger. Roll complete, ELS ready. Roger, roll. And get some mark on 1 Bravo. Roger, 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo is an abort mode, using altitude, function of altitude.
Starting to rattle a little bit in here.
Roger. Plus 55 seconds.
Cabin is relieving.
Roger, copy. Cabin pressure is relieving.
Roger.
Downrange 1 mile, 3.3 nautical miles high.
What a ride, babe. What a ride.
Roger. Gene Stafford. Gene reporting what a ride.
Roger. Going through Max 2.
Roger.
Ken, you're through the Max Q. You're looking good. 2 1/4 G's. She's looking good.
One minute, 44 seconds. Downrange 7 miles, 12 miles high.
2 1/2 G's.
Roger, copy, Tom.
Ken, Mark, mode 1 Charlie, you're looking great. Roger, 1 Charlie and 3 G's, it feels great. You're go for staging, 10. Roger, 10's go. Airport check on.
Roger, inboard.
We're in a little Poco.
Inboard engines are out.
Poco down.
Roger, copy, Tom.
EDS off, 10.
Charlie Duke asking the crew to turn off their emergency detection system.
Good staging right now.
Roger. Good ignition on the second stage.
Got a good S2.
Roger,
Roger, 10 on the S2. It's looking good. Confirm EDS off. EDS is off. I call her 2S, sir.
Roger. Flight Dynamics reports trajectory go at 3 minutes 9 seconds, downrange 81 miles, 46 miles high. Second plane separation, that's the skirt around the engines on the second stage.
Second plane sep.
And the launch escape tower has jettisoned.
Man, that staging was quite a sequence. Right, sounded like it. And we have guidance initiate. We confirm that, 10. Roger. The S2's looking beautiful, Tom. Everything's copacetic. Roger.
That's Charlie Duke talking to Tom Stafford.
Yeah, I bet. Just like old times. It's beautiful out there. You guys sound ecstatic. Man, this is the greatest, Charlie. Charlie, babe,
Fantastic, babe, really.
Okay, 4 minutes.
Roger, 4 minutes. You're a go. Trajectory and guidance look good.
Roger. We look right on the line on board.
171 miles downrange, 67 miles high at 4 minutes 15 seconds. Still go. Glenn Lenny taking a status check. Everyone says go. Four minutes 50 seconds, 230 miles downrange, 76 miles high.
Ken Houston, at 5 minutes, you're all go. All your systems are looking great.
Roger, 5 minutes. 10 is go.
All right, you're right on the track.
Roger, Charlie.
We have an estimate of inboard engine cutoff in the second stage at 8 minutes 15 seconds. Outboard engine cutoff 9 minutes 11 seconds. Five minutes 30 seconds. 299 miles downrange, 83 miles high. All controllers reporting go. .350 miles downrange, 87 miles
You're looking
high
beautiful.
now.
6 minutes, turbo motors coming on. Pitch 1. Let's go. Yaw 1. Let's go. Pitch 2. Let's go. You got to. You got them all, Tom. Looks good.
Guidance says it's looking real good at 6 minutes 23
Charlie, sure we
seconds.
didn't lose Snoopy on that staging?
Nah, I think Snoopy's still there with you. You're looking good. We copy your gimbal motors on and your trim looks good.
That's your tracking. Just beautiful.
Ken Houston, Mark, S4B to orbit capability.
S4B to orbit capability.
Apollo 10 now has the capability to get into orbit on the S4B should the second stage
Ken Houston,
malfunction.
coming up on 7 minutes. You're all go. We have nominal level sense arm 8+15, S2 cutoff 9+11.
German level sense arm and 9+11 for S2.
Right.
Seven minutes 14 seconds. Downrange now 538 miles and 94.5 nautical miles high. Coming up on inboard engine cutoff.
7:30, 10 is good.
Roger, looking good here.
Inboard shutdown.
Roger on the inboard, Tom. We confirm it. How's the ride? Ken Houston, 8 minutes. You're looking good. How's the ride?
Roger, fantastic, Charlie, fantastic.
Roger. Ken Houston, Mark, to level sense arm.
Level sense arm.
We're right down the ground track at 8 minutes 30 seconds. 755 miles downrange, 98 miles high. Velocity is 21,499 feet per second. flight director, taking a status for staging now.
Ben looks good.
Roger, Apollo 10, you're a go for staging. Mark mode 4, Apollo 10, mode 4.
Mode 4. Staging.
Roger.
Separation.
Roger.
We got good ignition.
Roger.
Thrust is good and guidance has initiated on the S4B stage, the third stage.
Charlie, lots of stuff out the window at staging. We're catching up and passing it now.
Okay.
Okay. Guidance looks right on for the onboard flight, Charlie.
Right. We confirm that. Looking great here. You're looking beautiful.
Roger.
(1,037 miles downrange, 102 miles high, and the velocity is 23,400 feet per
10
second.
minutes go. Onboard's good.
Right.
Predicted cutoff for the Saturn S4B stage, 11
Apollo
minutes,
10,
47
Houston
seconds.
predicted S4B cutoff, 11 plus 47.
11 plus 47.
Downrange 1,200 miles now at 10 minutes 44 seconds, 102.5 miles high, the velocity 24,280 feet per second.
And 10 looks good.
Roger, 10. 10 Houston at 11:10. You're looking good.
Roger, Charlie. The guidance is beautiful.
Right.
Predicted cutoff now 11 minutes 45 seconds.
Seco.
Roger, Seco.
2556.
Roger. Stand by, 10.
Okay, Houston, we show 102.6 by 101.1.
Roger, we copy that.
And our VI was 25,565 minus 1/10 8 and 102.6.
Right, we copy.
Insertion. And Charlie, have them take a look at our evaporator. We're reading a high outlet temperature and off scale low on the steam pressure right now.
Roger, we agree. Stand by.
Okay.
Houston, your S4B is safe. We'd like you to, on the evaporator, we'd like you to close the primary back pressure valve and activate the secondary loop.
Roger, understand. Close the primary back pressure valve and activate the secondary loop.
Right, just for a little while. We'll give you the numbers. And we'll have Vanguard LOS at 1532 and a minute gap, and we see you over the Canaries at 1629.
Roger, and we have closed the isolation valve on CMRCS ring 1. 2 is still open.
Roger. Houston, the Saturn's in great shape. You're configured for orbit. We're all go.
Roger, just looks beautiful.
And 10, Houston, we confirm your orbit. The IU vector has you in a 103 by 100.
Roger.
10, Houston, we want you to keep the primary back pressure valve closed for about 15 minutes, and then we'll stand by. 10, Houston, at GET of 30, we'd like you to put the primary back pressure valve back in auto and deactivate the secondary loop.
Roger, understand you want, at 30, you want to deactivate the secondary loop and go back to auto on the primary boiler.
Affirm, Gene.
We've had LOS at the Vanguard be about a minute gap between Vanguard and the Canary Islands station, showing a liftoff time of 12:49:00.70 Eastern Daylight Time. This is Apollo Control. We should be picking up the Canaries any time now. We'll continue to stand by. We do have AOS, acquisition of signal, at Canaries now.
Apollo 10, Houston, standing by through the Canaries.
Roger, 10, reading loud and clear. We basically completed our insertion checklist.
Roger, copy. And 10, Houston, would you like for me to review this Ring 2 heater check?
Why don't you do that? Jose's already down in the LED.
Okay, Tom, we'd like for you to, we got a 7-step procedure here, and I'll read it up to you. On panel 8, CB CM heaters 2 main B closed, CM RCS logic on, CM RCS heaters on. I want you to heat Ring 2 for 15 minutes, and you can select position C5 on the systems test and monitor the aux line temp.
Oh, shut first.
Correct. 10, your first step would be to close the RCS propellant isolation valve on Ring 2.
We'll go ahead and do that right now, Charlie.
Okay, then you can, then we'd like, if you're going to close the prop valve right now, we'd like you to turn the heaters on too.
Yeah, turn the heaters on right now.
Affirm. And then after 10, Houston.
Okay, Charlie, we're going through the procedure. The heater's on.
Roger.
Okay, and we'll turn them off after 15 minutes, and you say we can monitor what on C5?
You can monitor the oxidizer line temp on C5. It'll probably be off scale high, but if you see any change, we'd appreciate you telling us.
Roger. Okay, we got that, Charlie.
Uh, 10, after 15 minutes, we'd like you to turn the heater off, RCS logic off, and open both heater circuit breakers.
Hey, Roger, will do, Houston. Charlie, it's just fantastic to be back up here again. Fantastic, really.
Man, you guys really sound great up there.
Yeah, Charlie, after 3 years, it seems a long time, but here comes the coast of Africa again, and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, I bet. Wish we were there with you. Next time
they make you feel, I think we all feel great.
Roger. Next time we're going to put a cot on board, and one of us is going along.
Roger.
That was Gene Cernan and Tom Stafford conversing with Charlie Duke. Both very happy to be back in orbit.
Apollo 10, Houston, the P-52 is your option. It really looked great during the launch phase. We have an azimuth correction of -0.11.
Roger, -0.11, thank you.
Houston, if you've taken your helmets off, would remind you to open the suit circuit return valve.
All right, we're going to do that now.
Okay. Oh, Apollo 10, Houston, you got about 1 minute to Canaries LOS, Tanana Reef at 37.
Roger, Tanana Reef at 37, thank you.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 24 minutes into the mission. Canary Islands has loss of signal. Tanana will acquire Apollo 10 at 37 minutes. Apollo 10 is in a good orbit. Controllers here in the control center report all systems functioning well. The procedure that you heard passed up to the crew over the Canaries was to release some oxidizer in System B of the command module RCS. During a test on the pad when the isolation valves were open, it was discovered that a burst disc had opened also, and it allowed some liquid hydrogen to flow into the lines. The valve was then closed. The crew is now going through a procedure in which they will open an engine valve and allow this liquid hydrogen to vent through the engine. This was the talkiest crew on liftoff in the memory of anyone here in the control center. We have a tape of that powered portion of flight. We'll play that for you now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, ignition, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. Roger, liftoff. Well, y'all maneuver. Roger. Clock is started. Right. And the big rascal is going. Oh, Roger. We're going. And roll program right on time. Roger, Tom. She's looking good, Charlie. Beautiful. Okay, pitch is tracking, looking good. Roger. Roll complete, ELS manual. Roger, roll. 10 Houston, mark, mode 1 Bravo. Roger, 1 Bravo. Starting to rattle a little bit in here. Roger. Cabin is relieving. Roger, copy. 2Gs, Charlie. Roger. Looking good at 1 minute. What a ride, babe. What a ride. Right. You're looking good, Ken. You're looking real good. Roger. Going through Max Q. Roger. Ken, you're through the Max Q. You're looking good. 2 1/4 G. She's looking good. Three 2.5 Gs. Roger, copy, Tom. Ken, mark, mode 1 Charlie, you're looking great. Roger, 1 Charlie and 3 Gs at 2 square. Your go for staging, Ken. Roger, 10 go. Inboard check on. Roger, inboard. We're on loop, Loco. Loco down. Roger, copy, Tom. EDS off, 10. Good staging lights out. Roger. And it looks like we got a good S2. Roger, goes 10 on the S2. It's looking good. Confirm EDS off. EDS is off. I call her 2S, sir. Roger. Plane step. Roger. There goes the tower. Roger on the tower, and we confirm. Second plane set. Okay. Man, that staging was quite a sequence. Right, sounded like it. And we have guidance initiate. We confirm that, 10. Roger. The S2's looking beautiful, Tom. Everything's copacetic. Roger. It looks good to be back up here, Charlie. Yeah, I bet. Just like old times. It's beautiful out there. You guys sound ecstatic. Man, this is the greatest, Charlie. Charlie, babe, it's fantastic, babe, really. Okay, 4 minutes. Roger, 4 minutes. Your go, trajectory and guidance look good. Roger, we look right on the line on board.
10 Houston, at 5 minutes, you're all go. All your systems are looking great.
Roger, 5 minutes, 10 is go.
All right, you're right on the track.
Roger, Charlie.
Houston, coming up on 6 minutes, you're looking beautiful.
6 west, elevators coming on. Pitch left. Let's go. Zero 1. Let's go. Pitch 2. Let's go. You got to. You got them all, Tom. Looks good. Charlie, you sure we didn't lose Snoopy on that staging?
Nah, I think Snoopy's still there with you. You're looking good. We copy your gimbal motors on and your trim looks good.
That's just tracking. Just beautiful.
Houston, mark S4B to orbit capability.
S4B to orbit capability.
Houston, coming up on 7 minutes, you're all go. We have nominal level sense arm 8 + 1 5, S2 cutoff 9 + 1 1.
Charlie, level sense arm 9 + 1 1 S2.
Right.
Turn is good.
Right, looking good here.
Inboard shutdown.
Roger on the inboard, Tom. We confirm it. How's the ride? Houston, 8 minutes, you're looking good. How's the ride?
Roger, fantastic, Charlie, fantastic.
Roger. Houston, mark, level sense arm.
Level sense arm. Then looks good.
Roger, Apollo 10, you're a go for staging. Mark mode 4, Apollo 10, mode 4.
Mode 4. Staging.
Roger.
Separation.
Roger.
We got good ignition.
Roger. We confirm your guidance and your S4B looks good, 10.
Roger. Charlie, lots of stuff out the window at staging. We're catching up and passing it now.
Okay.
Okay. Guidance looks right on for the onboard plot, Charlie.
Right. We confirm that. Looking great here. You're looking beautiful.
Roger.
10, Houston, at 10 minutes, your go.
To 10 minutes, go. Onboard script.
Roger. Apollo 10, Houston predicted S4B cutoff 11 plus 47.
11 plus 47. And 10 looks good.
Roger, 10.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 36 minutes, just about within acquisition at Tenerife. We have a report now from the flight surgeon on the heart rates of the crew during launch. Tom Stafford, 123, Gene Cernan, 120, John Young, 125. And the guidance officer just reported that all of the guidance systems look very good on Apollo 10. Tenerife will be acquiring Apollo 10 any second now. We'll stand by for any conversation through that station.
Apollo 10, this is Houston through to Tenerife. How do you read, over?
That's astronaut Bruce McCandless putting in a call.
Apollo 10, this is Houston through to Tenerife. How do you read, over?
Tenerife, Houston, contact net 1.
Houston, contact Tenerife.
Roger, can you confirm that Capcom is uplinking through your site?
That's affirmative, you are uplinking.
Have you heard any downlink from the spacecraft?
Negative, no downlink.
Roger.
Apollo 10, this is Houston through to Tenerife. Radio check, over. Apollo 10, this is Houston transmitting in the blind. Confirm simplex alpha, over.
This is Apollo Control. We've experienced considerable voice communication difficulties at Tenerife in past missions. Apparently we're having the same problem on this mission. We'll continue to stand by.
Apollo 10, this is Houston through Tenerife, over.
Apollo 10 transported to Bravo, we're going to rod and close.
Roger, 10. Now we're reading you loud and clear, Rod.
We've been reading you all the time, but there's been times that have completed the Post-62, and working on the Space 693 is minus 12 plus 34 and minus 76. It looks like the platform is real good.
Roger, 10. We copy. Understand platform is good.
And we will turn the command module RCSB heater off at 3-2. That will give us 15 minutes on it.
Roger, we confirm that, and the prop ISO valves off to RCS propellant valves off.
That's affirmative, Charlie.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 10, 5C on the first motor is off scale high, which we expect for the heaters, and we again turn the heaters off at 4-3.
Say again, 10, you're fading in and out.
Roger, command module RCS heaters off at 4-3.
Roger, we copy off at 4-3. Houston, we expected that on the heaters. We'll have LOS here at Canaries in 30 seconds. We'll see you over Carnarvon at 5-2.
I can understand 5-2, and our radiators appear to be working all right. Our glycol evap outlet temperature is down around 58. Temperature is off scale low,
Roger, steam pressure off scale low.
That's the term, and the evaporator outlet temperature is 58 degrees with the radiators apparently working.
Roger, we copy, Gene. And Apollo 10, Houston, if you read, we'd like you to close the primary back pressure valve again, over.
This Apollo control at 43 minutes. Apollo 10 is out of range at Tenerife. The purge of that oxidizer line on the command module RCS system has been completed. The system is in good shape. Gene Cernan reported the radiators on the spacecraft are working well. Carnarvon will acquire Apollo 10 at 52 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 52 minutes into the mission of Apollo 10. Carnarvon has acquired Apollo 10. We'll stand by for transmissions.
Hello, Apollo 10, Houston through Carnarvon, standing by.
Roger, Houston, this is Apollo 10. We're going through our ECS checklist, and everything looks good.
Roger, Tom. Tom's real great.
Roger, we got we could read you all the way through to Canaries, Houston, but evidently you couldn't read us, come back in until the last. We got the heater off exactly at 15 minutes. The propellant valve is shut, the logic is off, and the breaker's open.
Right, we copied, Tom.
Houston, Apollo 10, did you get our torquing angles on the IMU realign?
Right, Tom, you were pretty weak. What I copied was minus 0.12, plus 0.34, and minus 0.76.
Oh, Roger, and everything looks real good.
Right, could you give us the time that you torque those?
Stand by. It was 41 minutes even, Charlie. That's what I made special attention to that.
Right, thank you very much, John. 41 minutes, special attention.
Houston, this is 10.
Go ahead.
Okay, I guess you got my word on the off-scale low and the steam pressure on the primary loop.
Right, we've been discussing that, Gene, and stand by. We'll have some words on you for you.
Just rechecked the secondary loop, and it all looks good, and it going through all our monitor checks and redundant component checks, looks like we got a good Charlie Brown here.
Right, good. Apollo 10, Houston, with some words on the primary evap.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Right, we'd like you to put the back pressure valve back to auto, or correction, manual. And we wondered if you went to auto on the H2O valve during launch.
That's firm, I sure did. I went to auto on the steam pressure valve and the water valve.
Okay, we want the steam pressure back to manual, and we're going to think about it a little bit more, and we might reservice later on.
Okay, fine. Looks like our radiators are beginning to carry the load. I'm looking at about 51 degrees on the evap outlet temp.
Right. Apollo 10, Houston, Gene, everybody thinks I might have given you the wrong word. Now, to clarify it, we want the back pressure valve closed. Over.
Okay, in other words, you want steam pressure auto switch to manual, and you want me to go to increase, is that correct?
Affirmative.
Okay, well, in manual now, I'll go to increase. Houston, this is 10. You want me to leave the water flow in auto during after I do this?
Stand by. 10, Houston, you can leave the water valve in auto.
Roger, understand.
Apollo 10, Houston on the S-band through Honeysuckle. How do you read? Over.
Roger, Houston Apollo 10, reading you loud and clear.
Roger, Tom, same old. The S-band is really great today.
Roger, I've never seen the comm better. It's great, Charlie.
Roger. Apollo 10, Houston, we'll have LOS at Honeysuckle at 1+06. We'll see you over Guaymas at 1+28.
Apollo 10, roger.
Station at Honeysuckle Creek in Australia has loss of signal. Flight Director Glenn Lunny has been taking checks with the controllers here in the Mission Control Center. Everybody gives him a go. The service propulsion system looks good. The reaction control systems on both the service module and the command module look very good. The environmental communications officer is pleased with his systems. There is one minor problem with the ECOM. You heard Charlie Duke and Gene Cernan discussing steam pressure and evaporators during this Australian pass. There is a belief that the primary evaporator may have dried out. These evaporators, there's a primary and a secondary. They're used for cooling purposes when the radiators are not on the line. They cool by evaporating or boiling water. They're sometimes referred to as water boilers. We may resurface the water boiler and again, we may not. Econ wants to take a look at it over the states to see whether he thinks it needs to be reserviced. The radiators are working very well, and there's the secondary evaporator is in good shape, and we really have no need for the primary evaporator. So Econ will continue to take a look at that, but it is not really a problem. The station at Guaymas, Mexico will be next to acquire Apollo 10 at 1 hour, 28 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Yeah, the IU, the fuse, just the pickup there at that point.
Who's that? Okay, I think we're set. At the request of many of you, you asked to have some of our people come over from the control center a little earlier. And we have Rocco Petrone, who is the Director of Launch Operations for the Kennedy Space Center. Rocco is also the launch director of the Apollo missions and the preparations and the countdown here at KSC. Now, for planning purposes, I think the best thing to do is the pass over Guaymas is going to be about 2:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We suggest that we cut off the conference at that time, and certainly no later than that. We'd like Rocco to bring you up to date on the countdown operations and the mission as it stands at this time in orbit. We'll then take 10 minutes of questions from here at the press site, 5 minutes of questions from Houston, and then I think for everybody's benefit, I think it would be best to get back to the mission. There'll be maybe some angry or sad faces, but I hope you understand. We'll take 10 minutes here, 5 minutes in Houston. And we'd like you to wait for the mics when the questions come up. I'd now like to introduce Rocco Petrone, the launch director for Apollo 10.
Well, I'd like to summarize by saying we got off on time, which I guess you all know, and essentially had a smooth count. We did pick up the count, our terminal phase at 2:49 this morning. We had a few small difficulties to resolve during the count. However, we had purposely put in a 1 hour built-in hold at T-minus 3:30 in the count. Turned out the way things moved, we actually were about 30 minutes ahead of our preparation. At one time, Tom Stafford did kindly remind us that maybe on the next one we'd have the crew up to 20 minutes less. The problems we looked at, I guess I'd say the significant problems. One, we did have some concern of loss of pressure in the ground conditioning. This conditions the inner stage of the instrument unit and the S4B, the upper dome, which is where your liquid hydrogen is. We did see a loss in pressure right after picking up the terminal count. We did analyze that. From all we could see and assess, we were a bit concerned by the temperature. In other words, would it hold properly? And we assessed that it would, and I must say that it did. The temperature up there did function exactly like we saw it on countdown demonstration. And this unit, I must add, is only used to liftoff. And our concern then had to be, would we have the right temperatures in the instrument unit where all our electronics are at liftoff? And we did. There were one or two minor problems in the facility. When we brought up our liquid oxygen pump, we did find a fuse blown. We had to go out. We did have to readjust a helium regulator out on the launcher umbilical tower. Again, this came up right shortly after picking up the count. I would say after that, things did go very smoothly. The planned liftoff time was the time as set, 12:49. The S4B cutoff was actually 11:47, or 4 seconds more than planned, and insertion into orbit then would be 11:57. The parameters we achieved, and this now is early data, was 103.6 nautical miles by 101.1 nautical miles. I guess you all heard the transmission from the crew during the boost phase, and they seem to be both impressed and enjoying it immensely. There was one anomaly detected, I believe the only one to date, and that was the primary water boiler system dried out. And let me add, this is not part of the system we discussed at the press conference yesterday, which is a water separator system that takes water out or moisture out of the O2 loop, keeps the cabin at the right humidity. This is a boiler for cooling. It is one of two. The crew was requested to shift to the secondary. The secondary did come up properly. As I left the Launch Control Center, the reports were coming in from Carnarvon, Australia. The second water boiler had come online properly. The first water boiler they were getting ready to reservice, and this would be done on the pass over the States here. I must add, we have seen boilers dry out on previous launches. It's not an uncommon thing. And we have been able to bring them back up through a service-in procedure. I'm sure many of you who have followed the previous launches of Apollo will recall a number of water boiler dryouts. So we are going to attempt to reservice the primary. The secondary is now working. Now, let me also add that for TLI, our mission rules, our flight rules, do not call for either of the boilers to be up. Of course, we'd like them up. We have a radiator system aboard for primary cooling. The radiators in themselves are redundant. On Apollo 8, we learned that the heating load can be handled by the radiator loop itself, and there we have redundancy with two loops. The water boiler primarily serves the purpose of helping the radiator when a peak load comes in for a short transient. The water boiler is not functioning all the time. So then it sits there sort of on idle, ready to assist the radiator loop if there's a peak load. We feel from Apollo 8, and these rules were derived before this mission, that we understand the heating loads to the moon and in the vicinity of the moon, and therefore the rules do not require both boilers to be functioning for a go decision of TLI. And I must add that element alone, as you all know, there are many, many other things being looked at now and will be looked at before the decision for TLI, translunar injection, can be made.
Thanks, Rod. Could I take that 1 minute? So just before we go into the questions, there were some questions about the exact launch time. We had it at, I believe, 0.7 of a second off the planned launch time. We've refined that a little bit. It's 569 milliseconds off the planned launch time of 12:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
I'd like to add to that, we've had 5 Saturns, and I've referred to the time of takeoff as the way we set our clock. There always is a question of a few milliseconds, but when I see one of these large ones take off, I'm willing to accept that it's 12:49.
Okay, I guess we're ready to go into questions now. There's going to be many press conferences before this mission is over. I'd like to suggest that we confine the questions, if possible, to what has transpired thus far. Mr. Whitkin?
Boilers working for TLI?
Dick, we do not. The mission rule, actually, we can go without either boiler. because the radiators, which are redundant unto themselves, do take the prime load. The boiler is just an assist. Of course, we'd like to have it up, and we're going to attempt to reservice on this next pass over the States.
Reg?
Was there any repetition of the vibration that you got on 8 and 9 with the center engine?
I did not hear in the conversation from the crew any comment on the vibration. Tom did say, Tom Stafford, I believe as the S1C was getting ready to go through max Q, I believe he said something like things are starting to shake in here. What he was referring to, I'm presuming, is the normal buffeting. That is not the thing we have seen. There was some other conversation later down the line, but I do not recall myself hearing any reference to this thing we have referred to as POGO, or the vertical oscillation.
Please wait for the mic as we go along so we can record all your questions. Go ahead, Harry.
Harry Pease, Milwaukee Journal. I wonder if Rocco could say a word about the RCS pre-valve opening, what occurred there and how was it cured?
Okay. In the checks that were going on, this came up somewhere about 10 o'clock last night, and we did discuss it amongst the many parties involved, both here and at Houston, the designers at Downey, California. What had happened in servicing, there is a thing called a diaphragm that prevents the fuel from going down to the valves. Now we have two systems, A and B, in the reaction control system for the command module. On the oxidizer side of system B, the diaphragm, you might say, gave way, letting the fluid go down to the main valve. Now in flight, it's going to do exactly this. As you pressurize your tanks, now this would happen on reentry, the fluid would go down to the main valve. In looking at the status, it was decided that there's also an isolation valve, which we have in there. These are two valves in series. There's a main valve and an isolation valve. We could use the isolation valve as the diaphragm in a sense. Therefore, it was decided, mainly so there would be no pressure buildup while in space, to close the isolation. They would normally be closed, vent out by opening that valve. Now this would not burn at this time, it would vent, and I believe the S was about 3.6 pounds of oxidizer. In order to vent it out of that line, close it, then in effect we have the two valves closed, both of which we have the leak test characteristics of, and in a sense the isolation valve then is doing the function of the diaphragm, which had broken, letting the oxidizer get down to the main valve of the reaction control system, again on system B, one of the two redundant systems.
Go ahead, Harry. No, I think he has a follow-up there.
In the Gemini 8, when you pop the pre-valves on the RCS system, you considered that reason for ending the mission. How does this differ?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm not sure. Maybe it was the entry.
I really cannot compare this hardware with the Gemini. I'm not that familiar with it, with the Gemini spacecraft. I do know roughly what you're referring to. I recall the mission, but the exact hardware here, by having the isolation valve we can close, and by having the main valve, in effect, we have a system there. See, it's not pressurized at this time. We have another valve upstream keeping high pressure off of the fuel system until we re-enter. At that time, we say we blow a squib valve, that lets pressure come in, then that puts that system under high pressure. Right now the system is under something like 25 to 30 pounds. So it's very low pressure in there, and with two valves, we don't see, have any concern of it leaking.
Go ahead, Dick.
How do you service this boiler when it comes over the States next time?
Dick, the crew, when a boiler dries out, there is a checklist procedure. We go through this in the altitude chamber when we make our runs here with the crew. The various steps essentially are to let water in, let it in at a certain rate, and then you want to get boiling. The boiler is exposed to the vacuum of space. And as you achieve a water flow through there at a certain rate, you then get boiling on one side as you let water come in the other. As the water boils up in space, it cools the boiler, and we then take water glycol through there to be cooled as it goes through these plates. The procedure, as I say, has been used many times in space. Some of you may recall on Apollo 8, I recall once as the crew, as it was coming around the moon, they reported that the water boiler had dried out and they serviced it. I know on re-entry, I believe there was a dry out of one of the boilers, and Bill Anders, in effect, did some servicing as the command module was on its re-entry path before, of course, it entered the atmosphere. It's a fairly well-known procedure, and they'll be going through this very shortly. When I say well-known, and we've used it many times.
We appear to have a three-man conference going here. Go ahead, Reggie.
Sorry, but I have an uneasy feeling you're trying to tell us that translunar injection is looking a bit doubtful. Could you estimate the chance?
I don't believe I've said that, and I've not mean to leave that impression. At the same time, we haven't said yes. We allow ourselves, as you know, an orbit and a half onto the second orbit. I've said at this time, our mission rules do not call for both boilers to be online for the reasons I explained at quite some length. I've not said we're looking doubtful.
Okay, two more.
I do want to say we've got more to look at across the spectrum.
All right, we'll take three more questions from here, the hands I see right now. Mary, go ahead. These two
Hello,
right
Apollo
here.
10, Houston, through Guaymas, standing by.
Roger,
you're 5-by.
Is this sort of a characteristic of the beast?
Mary,
Okay, we're ready to extend the docking probe when you are.
Because
Roger, stand by.
in looking at it, if we knew
Gotta get a go on that temperature measurement.
we would take steps to put a fix in. When you say characteristic, I personally have to say yes, we do see this happen. We've seen it happen in our altitude chamber runs, but exactly
10,
why...
Houston, we're ready for you to extend the docking probe, and you'll have to stand by on the temp till we get high bit right.
Roger. There are sometimes conditions that force you to repeat it, but we don't know exactly why.
We'll count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, extend.
Through the figures
Roger,
for
copy.
ignition and cutoff times for
Roger.
various stages and the staging sequences.
Okay, again, we took
Yeah, you can hear it go out. I believe it's all right.
12:49, and I'll take the milliseconds to myself and say
Roger, so you
0,
heard it go out?
Yeah.
Okay.
S1C,
Hey, we'll have a P27 for you over
engine cutoff
Bermuda at about 1+40, and we got a
2
TLI
minutes,
plus 90 pad if you're ready to copy, Jay.
The outboard engine cutoff on the S1C was 2
Roger,
minutes,
TLI plus 90. Go ahead, Charlie.
41.1
Roger,
seconds.
TLI plus 90, SPS slash
S1C,
GNN,
S2 separation
63556
was 241.8.
minus
I think all of you will
148
recall that Tom
plus
said that's quite a sight.
135
And each one of the crew, when they've returned in the debriefing, have spoken of that sequence of stages. It must be quite a joke and quite a sight. S2 ignition was
minus
242.5.
05484 minus
We
4
just
balls
took
1
the second plane
plus
separation
66
was at 3 minutes,
232
11.5 seconds.
180
Center engine cutoff on the second
239
stage
001.
minutes,
Apogee is NA.
40.1 second.
Perigee is plus 00175.
Outboard engine cutoff was 9 minutes, 12 seconds.
458. Burn time
S2, S4B separation, 9 minutes,
199er.
12 second, 0.9.
24.
S4B
2087.
ignition, 9
167.
minutes, 13 seconds.
Hello, Houston, this is 10.
Go ahead.
S4B cutoff.
Houston, we lost S-band for a second there.
right. I got everything through HANA. Go after that.
Okay, Gene, HP is plus 00175.
Colonel Patron, that
66458.
that's kind of obscure the
737.
going up the tower.
Delta VC 66199.
On this launch pad, a different
2087.
No, they're pointed the same.
167.
The flame trench is
Foresight
north
star
south
is Shala.
on both pads.
And it's left
However,
008
pad B is
down
somewhat west.
27.
So from this press site, your angle of looking at the plane would be a little different.
Minus
But the flame trench is exactly the same on pad A, pad B, same orientation.
229er.
8,700 feet between the two pads.
3393.
Okay, we're now ready to switch to Houston
0
for
1
5
2
minutes of questions.
5 5 3 5. Okay, your set stars are done up in Vega.
Jack, let me take a few seconds. This is Houston. To
283
see if the
337.
conference there has generated any questions among the newsmen.
And your P37 for
who are
TLI
here in the
plus 4
auditorium. Hold one.
is 00630.
Evidently,
6373.
hold on.
The longitude is minus 165. GET 400K is 02221. Ready for your readback.
This is directed to Patron. Rocco, when will we know?
Okay, Charlie, here it comes. SBS GNN 63556, minus 148, plus 135, 003, 554487.
I'd like to point out again,
minus 05484, minus 4 balls 1, plus 66232. You with me?
Go ahead.
According to our
180-239-001, apogee is NA, perigee is plus 00175, 66458, 737, 66199. Niner. 242087-167.
As I left the control
Foresight
center
star Shala.
30 minutes ago.
Left 008 down 27 minus 2605 minus 02500. 11229er 33993 0125535. Still there?
Keep going.
Okay, den up in Vega, 067283, 337, no LH. TLI plus 4, 00630, 6373, minus 1650221, and you're just a little bit fast on those reads, Charlie. I was barely able to keep with you.
Roger, Gene. Sorry about that. That was a good readback, and we got the TLI pad if you're ready to copy.
Zambo.
The main part of the cooling load.
Okay, I'm ready.
This, boiler and radiator. The
Time
main
base
part
6P
will be taken by
2425
for the
179er.
Planned
116.
The boiler, in effect, sits
3
there
balls.
to help when you reach a peak condition. During
Burn
the
time
Apollo 8
543
mission,
1043
it was
76.
seen that essentially the boilers could
35603
handle the radiators could handle the load by themselves.
358
So therefore the
151
boilers do not become
040.
mandatory for the
TLI plus 10 minute
translunar
abort
injection
pitch angle is 267. Standing by for your readback.
The center engine, or the second stage, was cut off about 2 minutes early.
Okay, TLI is 22425, 179er, 116000.
I gave
Burn time is 543, 104376, 35603.
on Apollo 8
Roll
and
is
Apollo
358. 151040, and our TLI plus 10 minute pitch is 267 degrees.
Right, the burn looks going to look real nominal. The step angles, everything's real nominal, and your backup S4B Q cards are okay. Pitch and yaw, everything looks good.
That's great, Charlie. We'll be coming over the top here pretty soon.
Right.
At a certain time when you know you're high, we cut
You ought
that
to be
into
right
low.
over.
We compensated for it by burning longer. This was all planned, and the S2 did perform according to plan.
10, Houston on the TLI. We got a string of 9s on the probability for a guided cutoff.
That have been generated here.
Can't beat that.
Sure
Return back
can.
to you, Kate.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're doing good work so far, Charlie.
Announcements here.
That's all you got.
We have,
And you guys sounded ecstatic on that booth.
Babe, you ain't seen nothing until you seen that S1C
p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Would you care to elaborate?
I will later.
Second,
Okay.
matter of interest to the press here particularly, Barbara Cernan was here to observe the launch, and
it's real smooth in between the start and the end of its burn.
She would be happy to meet the press. Anybody who desires to interview her, she'll be available at 5 p.m.
kind of
Eastern
felt
Daylight
you,
Time
like you were pulling
at the
yourself off
Quality
from the
Courts
8-ball there.
Motel in Cocoa Beach. That's a cheap school, which one it is.
Okay, Chris says don't forget now, it's 8 days.
Mrs. Barbara Cernan, wife of Apollo 10 lunar module pilot Eugene Cernan, will meet the press at 5 p.m. today at poolside behind the Quality Courts Gemini Room in Cocoa Beach. All media representatives who wish to cover Mrs. Cernan's conference may either drive their own vehicles to the motel or ride one of the NASA buses departing the press site for Cocoa Beach following the post-launch press conference. I guess one final thing, we had planned another conference here for after TLI and after the television pass. We will not have Mr. George Lowe, who we thought was going to participate. He wants to fly back directly to Houston. The participants would be Dr. Von Braun, Dr. Debus, Mr. Lee James from the Marshall Space Flight Center, and in all probability, Rocco again. Are you people interested in a conference such as that? It would be obviously quite launch-oriented. Somebody say something. Okay, we'll have it. Thank you very much. We'll see you after TLI. Yes, it will be out here. I can't give, the time will be after the TV pass, so let me see. I guess we'll hack it in and let's, what did I say, 3:49, probably in the area of 4:30, I would expect, 4:15 to 4:30. I think everybody is going to be tied up in one variation or another on TLI and then the television pass. So why don't we take a hack at 4:30 as a time. Thank you.